Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make from the Chair on updating of the Parliament website. Senator Wakoli, Senator Mofaya, I'm giving you the first warning for the afternoon. Now, Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make relating to an ongoing upgrade of the parliamentary website. The Parliament of Kenya is in the process of updating its website. In this regard, standardized photographs of all honorable senators will be required for this exercise. A professional photographer has been engaged and will be stationed outside the Senate chamber today, Thursday, the 11th of June 2026, and Tuesday, 16th of June 2026, from 2:30 p.m. to facilitate this exercise. Honorable senators are requested to avail themselves at their earliest convenience within this period to have their photographs taken. I thank you. Take note of that requirement. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Honorable Senators, I also have a message from the National Assembly on the passage of the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. Honorable Senators, I wish Senator Wakoli, I will ignore Senator from Kirinyaga, but for you, second and last warning of the day. I wish to report to the Senate that pursuant to Standing Order 46.3 and 4, I have received the following message from the Speaker of the National Assembly regarding the approval by the National Assembly of the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023. The message, dated Wednesday, 3rd of June 2026, was received in the office of the Clerk of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th of June 2026. Pursuant to Standing Order 46.4, I now report the message. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 41.1 and 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby convey the following message from the National Assembly. Whereas the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, was published by the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 30 of 15th March 2023 as a bill seeking to amend the Crops Act, Cap 318, to include a short marangi as a scheduled crop. And whereas on Wednesday, 29th of April 2026, the National Assembly considered and passed the said bill without amendments. Now, therefore, in accordance with the provisions of Article 110, Sub-Article 4 of the Constitution and Standing Orders 142 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I hereby refer the said bill to the Senate for consideration. End of quote. Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 163, which requires that a bill which originates in the National Assembly be proceeded with by the Senate in the same manner as a bill introduced in the Senate by way of first reading in accordance with Standing Orders 144, I direct that the Crops Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2023, be listed in the order paper to be read a first time. I thank you. Call out the next order.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Senator Manzo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 11 June 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusudi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or governor through a citizen initiative. This is on behalf of the Chairperson, Standing Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Manzo, once again.
Mr. Speaker, notice of motion. Consideration of a report on the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusudi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or governor through a citizen initiative. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that the Senate adopts a report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusudi regarding the enactment of legal framework to provide for the recall of president or governor through a citizen initiative, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 11 June 2026. Mr. Speaker, I do this on behalf of the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Manzo. Call the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Request for statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator Okia Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a request for a statement on non-disclosure of beneficial ownership in Kenya Pipeline Company. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53 Clause 1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on a matter of national concern regarding the ownership structure and the beneficial ownership disclosure of shareholders in Kenya Pipeline Company. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senator's order allows Senator Omtata to be heard in silence. If you must consult Senator Chemitei, Senator Chemitei,
the Kenya Pipeline Company,
please consult in low tones.
The Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Cheriot seems to have had some heavy lunch, so he's looking for us to keep awake by interjecting all the time. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kenya Pipeline Company is a strategic national asset central to the transportation, storage, and management of petroleum products, vital to Kenya's energy security and economic stability. The recently released KPC Initial Public Offering, IPO, information memorandum reveals that 90% of the Kenya Pipeline Company's top shareholders are shielded by nominee accounts, with only 2 of the top 20 publicly identified, raising concerns regarding transparency in a critical national asset. This lack of transparency potentially violates constitutional requirements for accountability and public oversight, specifically Articles 10, 201, and 232, regarding the ownership of vital infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, sir, given the strategic importance of the KPC in the country's energy sector, the opacity surrounding the beneficial ownership of a significant portion of its shareholding raises legitimate public interest concerns regarding potential concentration of influence, foreign control, and conflict of interest, and the adequacy of safeguards protecting critical national infrastructure. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. A detailed breakdown of the current shareholding structure of Kenya Pipeline Company, including the shareholding percentages held by the government of Kenya, state corporations, foreign entities, institutional investors, pension funds, and private investors. 2. Disclosure of beneficial owners behind nominee accounts that collectively hold a substantial portion of the shares of the KPC and the legal framework governing such transparency. 3. The involvement of public officers, past or present, in holding beneficial interests directly or indirectly. 4. Measures by the government and regulators, such as the Capital Markets Authority, to ensure accountability and protect strategic national assets from undisclosed ownership or undue influence. 5. Assessment of risks posed by the current ownership structure to national energy security, public interest, and effective governance. 6. Proposed reforms in legislation, policy, or regulation to strengthen beneficial ownership transparency in companies managing strategic infrastructure. Signed, Senator Andrew Mtoto Koiti, Busia County, 9th June 2026. Mr. Speaker, I've got two other statements. I request to read them with your permission.
You are allowed to read the two other statements, Senator Mtoto.
I have another request for a statement. My second request for a statement is on the persistent internal governance wrangles at Cricket Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a matter of national concern regarding the persistent internal governance wrangles at Cricket Kenya, which has resulted in a decline in the performance of cricket sport in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenya was once a respected global cricketing nation, having participated in 5 Cricket World Cups and attaining peak performance by reaching the semi-final stage in the 2003 ICC Cricket World Cup. In 2007, Kenya was ranked among the top cricket playing nations globally. However, the cricket sport in Kenya has since suffered a steep decline. This has largely been attributed to persistent internal governance wrangles at Cricket Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, several members of the association have complained that recent elections of officials of the association held on 19th April 2026 was conducted and procedurally that some members have been deliberately excluded from annual general meetings and that those in attendance are denied an opportunity to discuss the financial statements of the association as well as other governance matters. Mr. Speaker, this matter, if left unaddressed, threatens the future of cricket development in Kenya and risks international sanctions, withdrawal of funding, and further damage to the country's sporting reputation. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The legal standing and legitimacy of the current executive board of Cricket Kenya, which was elected on 19th April 2026, based on an assessment of whether the independent panel that oversaw the election was constituted procedurally and whether the requisite threshold for electing officials was met. 2. The reasons for the exclusion of some members from annual general meetings of the association held between 2022 to date. 3. The circumstances under which delegates were denied the opportunity to discuss the financial statements of the association and other governance matters during the specified annual general meetings. 4, whether there has been a forensic audit, investigation, or review of the association's financial management practices, including utilization of International Cricket Council grants, sponsorship funds, player welfare allocations, and other funds of the association, and if so, obtain the findings. 5, the actions taken by the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy, and Sports to address the persistent internal governance wrangles at Cricket Kenya and the concerns regarding financial mismanagement, non-compliance with the Sports Act, disregard of regulations of Registrar of Sports, and violation of the Cricket Kenya Constitution at the association. 6, the other measures in place to protect cricket players' welfare, strengthen county cricket structures, and revive the sports in Kenya. Signed, Andrew Mtatwa Koit MP, Senator from Busia County. Finally, Mr. Speaker.
The last statement, I believe that is the last statement.
Yes, my final statement, my third and final statement, is a request on the effectiveness of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in addressing recurring audit queries and public finance management irregularities. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern regarding the effectiveness of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Honorable Senators, there is a lot of unnecessary interruptions and consultations in high tones. Senator Mulgor, Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take it again. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of national concern regarding the effectiveness of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in addressing recurring audit queries, budgetary irregularities, and systemic corruption in public finance management at both the national and county government levels. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 79 of the Constitution and the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011 mandate the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to prevent and investigate corruption, promote integrity, recover public assets, and strengthen accountability in public institutions. However, for several financial years, reports of the Auditor General have continued to reveal recurring cases of unsupported expenditure, irregular procurement, unaccounted public funds, stalled projects, payroll anomalies, and breaches of public finance laws across ministries, departments, and agencies, state corporations, and county governments. The recurrence of similar audit queries year after year points to a despair problem regarding the extent to which such matters are investigated.
Senator Keroche, take your seat. Welcome back to the House, and don't make noise on your first day after a very long time. Take your seat. And allow the Honorable Senator Mtata to be heard in silence.
I will try. Mr. Speaker, the recurrence of similar audit queries year after year points to a deeper problem regarding the extent to which such matters are investigated, culpable persons held accountable, lost public resources recovered, and preventive measures put in place to stop further loss of public funds. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the number of adverse audit findings reported by the Auditor General over the last 10 financial years that have been referred to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission for investigation, indicating the national government entities, state corporations, and county governments involved. 2, the number and status of investigations initiated by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission arising from audit queries and adverse audit findings by the Auditor General, including the number of cases forwarded to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and their prosecution outcomes. Number 3, the total value of public funds and assets recovered by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission arising from investigations based on audit queries and adverse audit findings during the same period. Number 4, the measures taken by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to identify and investigate recurring patterns of financial irregularities appearing in successive audit reports, particularly where the same institutions or public officers are involved. 5, whether the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has conducted comprehensive systemic investigations into public institutions that have repeatedly received adverse audit findings over multiple financial years, and if so, the findings and action taken. Finally, number 6, the measures undertaken by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in collaboration with other accountability institutions to ensure that recurring audit queries are conclusively addressed and do not reappear in subsequent financial years. Signed, Andrew Mtata, MP, Senator from Busia County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Road Transportation and Housing on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the prolonged and unexplained stalling of construction of the Tana River County headquarters. Mr. Speaker, the county headquarters to be located in Dayate, Tana River, was conceived as a key public infrastructure investment to strengthen governance, decentralize administrative services, and improve access to government services in Tana River County. However, despite receiving budgetary allocations over several financial years, the project remains stalled at approximately 20% completion. This prolonged delay has deprived residents of the intended benefits, raised concerns over the utilization of public funds, and undermined confidence in the implementation of county development projects. Given its strategic importance to the county's administrative and socio-economic development, there is an urgent need to establish the reasons for the project's stagnation, account for resources expended, and provide clear timelines for its completion and operationalization. In this statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the reasons why the construction of the Tana River County headquarters project remains at approximately 20% completion despite having received budgetary allocations and implementation support over a period exceeding 7 years. 2, the total amount of public funds allocated and disbursed to the project since its inception, including a breakdown of annual budgetary allocations, expenditures incurred, and the status of works completed. 3, the factors that have contributed to the prolonged delay in completion of the project, including any administrative, financial, technical, contractual, or legal challenges. 4, the details of the contractor currently undertaking the project, including the terms of engagement, the contractor's technical and financial capacity to complete the outstanding works, and any actions taken by the responsible ministry to ensure accountability and timely delivery. 5, the ministry's project implementation plan and timelines for completion, equipping, and operationalization of the county headquarters, including measures put in place to prevent further delays and safeguard public funds. Senator Danson Mungatana, MP, Tana River County. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Senator Edwin Sifuna. Any delegation of the statement by Senator Sifuna? If there is none, that statement is dropped. Senator Senator Joe Nyutu. Senator Joe Nyutu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a statement, a request for a statement on expired drugs and medical supplies worth approximately Kenya shillings 1 billion at Kenya Medical Supplies Authority. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of national concern regarding the expiry of drugs and medical supplies worth approximately Kenya shillings 1 billion at the Kenya Medical Supplies Authority, KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, sir, the expiry of essential medicines and medical supplies, including drugs used in the treatment of cancer, HIV/AIDS, malaria, and other critical illnesses, raises serious concerns regarding procurement planning, inventory management, stock monitoring, distribution systems, and accountability within KEMSA and the Ministry of Health. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the total value, type, quantity, and expiry dates of the drugs and medical supplies that expired while in the custody of KEMSA, including the facilities or warehouses where the affected stock was held. 2, the circumstances that led to the accumulation and expiry of the medicines and supplies, including failures, if any, in procurement planning, demand forecasting, stock monitoring, stock rotation, distribution, and interagency coordination. 3, whether any public health facilities reported shortages of the same medicines or supplies during the period when the expired stock remained undistributed or unused, and the action taken by KEMSA and the Ministry of Health upon receipt of such reports. 4, the officers, offices, or institutions responsible for the procurement, storage, management, and distribution of the affected medicines and supplies, including the administrative, disciplinary, or legal action being taken and measures to recover any losses arising from negligence, mismanagement, or misconduct. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the long-term reforms being implemented by KEMSA and the Ministry of Health to strengthen inventory management, enhance timely distribution of medical commodities, improve accountability, and prevent the recurrence of wastage of essential medicines and medical supplies. Signed, Senator Joe Nyutu from Muraya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is on illegal acquisition of Kenyan identity documents by foreign nationals. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding reports of foreign nationals illegally acquiring Kenyan identity cards, passports, birth certificates, and other citizenship documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, a case involving the deportation in February 2023 of a Bosnian aid worker, Zatko Jejic, who was declared a prohibited immigrant following a dispute regarding the irregular issuance of a Kenyan identity card, has heightened public concern about the integrity of Kenyans' immigration, civil registration, and national identification systems. In a recent ruling on the matter, the High Court determined that his deportation violated his constitutional right to a fair administrative hearing as provided for in Article 47 of the Constitution, with immigration authorities alleging that he fraudulently procured a Kenyan ID number and was seeking to obtain a Kenyan passport. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, circumstances surrounding the case for which the High Court delivered its ruling on 26 May 2026 that exposed the irregular accusation of Kenyan identity documents by foreign nationals. Number 2, the number of reported cases investigated or prosecuted in the last 10 years involving fraudulent possession of Kenyan identity or citizenship documents. Number 3, safeguards in registration systems across relevant agencies such as the National Registration Bureau, NRB, Civil Registration Services, and the Migration Department to prevent illegal accusation of documents. Number 4, role of criminal networks, brokers or syndicates in facilitating such fraud and the actions taken against them. Number 5, government measures to audit, verify, and secure national database, including the use of biometric and digital identification technologies, highlighting the number of identity cards, passports, and citizenship certificates that have been revoked or cancelled over the last 5 years due to fraud, misrepresentation, or unlawful acquisition. Number 6, and that's finally number 6, the challenges faced by registration authorities in verifying citizenship claims, particularly in border regions and areas with high migration flows, outlining measures being taken to ensure the genuine Kenyan citizens are not unfairly denied registration services while safeguarding the integrity of citizenship document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the second one, but Mr. Speaker, kindly protect me from
Senator
this other side.
Tabitha Keroche, the leader of majority, please.
The second statement is on the implementation status of the reforms proposed in the report of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a matter of national concern regarding the implementation status of legal policy reforms proposed in the November 2025 report of the Technical Working Group on Gender-Based Violence, including femicide. Mr. Speaker, sir, in response to the rising cases of gender-based violence and femicide in the country and following sustained public concern over the safety and protection of women and girls, His Excellency the President, via Gazette Notice number 109 of 10th January 2025, established the Technical Working Group, TWG, on gender-based violence, GBV, including femicide. The TWG, under the chairmanship of Honorable Lady Justice Retired Dr. Nancy Baraza, was mandated to examine trends and causes of GBV and femicide, assess the adequacy of existing legal and policy frameworks, evaluate institution capacity, resource allocation, training levels and operational effectiveness, and purpose actionable recommendation to strengthen prevention, response, support, investigations, and accountability mechanism. Mr. Speaker, the report highlighted serious gaps in enforcement, coordination, survivor protection, and accountability, despite Kenya's progressive legal framework. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the progress of legislative amendments prepared by the Office of the Attorney General, the Kenya Law Reform Commission, and relevant ministries. Number 2, the status of amendments on the Penal Code to define and codify femicide as a distinct offense from a murder, including the proposed penalties and timelines for submission of the proposed amendments to Parliament. Number 3, reforms to the Sexual Offences Act to ensure timely hearing and determination of GBV and femicide-related cases, strengthen penalties, and prevent withdrawal or interference in prosecutions. Number 4, the proposed amendments to the Protection Against Domestic Violence Act to establish a comprehensive framework for prevention, response, referral, protection, and accountability in GBV, including femicide cases. Number 5, measures to criminalize interference with GBV and femicide cases, including family clan, community-led settlements, coercion, concealment, and obstruction of justice. Finally, the status of any proposed legal framework on citizen responsibility to report GBV incidents, including the scope of mandatory reporting obligations, safeguards against misuse, and penalties for non-reporting. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, kindly, seriously, Senator Kiengei and the rest.
Senator
we hardly...
Take your seat. Senator Dr. Lelegwe.
No, it's not fair.
Senator Cherargei. Why are you tempting the chair to throw you out? Dr. Lelegwe, you have statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I choose to read one statement today because there is some error in one of the statements. So I'm reading this statement on the welfare and working conditions of National Police Reservist NPR in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the welfare, remuneration, medical cover, and general working conditions of National Police Reservists serving in Samburu County and other pastoral counties of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, National Police Reservists remain a critical pillar of security in Kenya's arid and semi-arid lands where they support security agencies in combating banditry, livestock theft, inter-community conflict, and other forms of insecurity. Despite the vital role they play, NPRs continue to serve under difficult conditions characterized by inadequate welfare support, delayed stipends, limited medical protection, and insufficient operational facilitation. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The current policy, legal administrative framework governing the recruitment, deployment, remuneration, and welfare of National Police Reservists, including the total number serving in Samburu County and the pastoralist counties, and measures to strengthen and professionalize the program. 2. The status of payment of monthly stipends, including the amount payable to each officer, any existing arrears, reasons for any delayed payments, and steps being taken by the government to ensure timely, regular, and sustainable payments. 3. The medical insurance and compensation arrangements available to NPRs and their dependents, including cover under government-sponsored medical schemes, the mechanisms for compensating officers for injuries, disability, or death in line of duty, as well as support extended to their families. 4. The adequacy of operational facilitation and working conditions, including the provision of training, uniforms, firearms, ammunition, communication equipment, protective gear, transport, and other logistical resources, and the government's plan to improve their terms and conditions of service through enhanced welfare programs, medical cover, risk allowances, insurance, benefits, and career progression. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the congestion of patients and bed sharing in public health facilities in Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, access to quality health care is a constitutional right. However, public health facilities in Kitui County continue to experience severe congestion, resulting in overcrowded wards and instances where patients are forced to share beds due to inadequate infrastructure, limited bed capacity, and strained health services. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current bed capacity occupancy levels and patient-to-bed ratio in public health facilities across Kitui County and the measures being taken to address overcrowding in the said facilities. 2, the causes of persistent congestion and cases of bed sharing in public health facilities in Kitui County and the interventions being undertaken by the Ministry of Health and the county government of Kitui to address the situation. 3, the measures in place to strengthen infection prevention and control systems in public health facilities in Kitui County, particularly in the event of outbreaks of highly infectious and communicable diseases. 4, the plans by the Ministry of Health and the county government of Kitui to expand health infrastructure, increase bed capacity, and improve staffing levels in order to enhance the quality and safety of healthcare services. And 5, the amount of resources allocated towards upgrading of public health facilities in Kitui County, including the status and timelines for implementation of projects aimed at reducing congestion and improving patient care. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Lelegwe. Senator Dulo, take your seat. Senator Madzayo, take your seat. Senator Lelegwe, take your seat. Honorable Senators, before I allow further statements pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)A, I have got communication on visiting delegation of teachers and students from Maikona Girls Senior School in Marsabit County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 6 teachers and 69 students from Maikona Girls Senior School in Marsabit County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Secondly, Honorable Senators, I also have got a visiting delegation of students and teachers from Marurui Boys High School, Kajiado County. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation of 2 teachers and 55 students from Marurui Boys High School in Kajiado County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I thank you. Honorable Senators, in under 1 minute, I will ask Senator Tobiko to welcome the students from Marurui Boys High School, and on behalf of Senator Chute, I will ask Senator Dulo, who is busy engaging the Leader of Majority. And the Leader of Majority, today you are very naughty. You have tempted the Speaker almost enough times to take action against you. Senator Dulo, you will welcome the students from Maikona Girls Senior School on behalf of Senator Chute. Senator Peris Tobiko. Senator Peris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to welcome all the students from the two counties, particularly, Mr. Speaker, the Mashuru Boys High School from Kajiado County. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity just to say two things about the students who have come here. Mr. Speaker, Mashuru is my home. And Mr. Speaker, for these students to reach here, it is a nightmare because the road to Mashuru is very, very bad. It's in terrible condition, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I wanted them to go with the comfort that through the Committee of Roads and Transport, I made sure that in the budget that will be read today, the road is included for recarpeting as the President had promised, and he has met his word, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to mention is that these are very disciplined students, and one day they will be in this house as senators and members of the National Assembly. They are going far. I just want to encourage them to remain disciplined, and any issues that they want sorted out, they must have an engagement with the administration so that they get out of school with good grades, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important thing, Mr. Speaker, that I thought I should mention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on I've never seen girls coming all the way from my corner because that place is very far. As my sister Paris has mentioned about the challenges facing Mashuru, my corner to Marsabit is a very long distance on a rough road. And it's like those parts of the country is really forgotten. But let me tell the girls, you need to learn a lot. If some of us are here, you should be here also because you have capacity and nothing will stop you from actually becoming leaders in future. Number two, I would like to encourage our girls, take your education seriously because that is something that will take you far. The current challenges that schools are facing, I think you girls, you are lucky. Because during our time, you know, some of the people, they walk even barefoot to school. I remember one time I sat with my kids and I told them, you know, you have more than 10 pairs of shoes. But today, you have more than 10 pairs of shoes. But our time, we used to walk even barefoot. So I think you need to use the little opportunities you have very seriously, especially those who are coming from pastoral areas, those far distance areas. Take your education very seriously. And for those of us who are in leadership today, we'll fight for your right and make sure you have used your opportunity and learn from here. Because for the period I've been in this Senate, I've never seen any school from Marsabit having visited Senate. Congratulations, and I wish even your teachers good luck. You have done good job. Make sure that our girls shine in those hardship areas, in those far distance areas, and make sure that they have succeeded in their education. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Dulo, for those encouraging words to the girls who are visiting the Senate today. Now we will proceed to have statements pursuant to Standing Order 56-1A, and I'm calling upon the Chairperson, Finance and Budget Committee, Senator Shakila. Why are you intervening?
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana. Mheshimiwa,
kuna statement nilileta last week ya watu wa Siu walipigwa na majeshi, waliingia kwa kijiji, watu wakapigwa, wakaumiza, wakawa terrorized, manyumba yakavunjwa. Hiyo statement mpaka sasa haijaletwa kwa hii floor. Ni nini mheshimiwa inaendelea? Na sharia ni masaa 24 statement inafaa ingie kwa floor. Nashangaa mheshimiwa Speaker.
Senator Shakila.
Thank you.
I have just been informed that your statement is being processed. It is before the Speaker's desk. Your intervention is noted. Just take your seat. Senator Chairperson, Finance Committee.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This statement, Understanding Orders 56(1)A of the Senate Standing Orders. Honorable Speaker, as you may be aware, in April 2026, the Committee on Finance and Budget...
Order, Honorable Senators. This afternoon, Senator Halwale, Senator Abdul, I think I'll give a general warning to all the members today. If you don't feel like being in the House, do not tempt the chair to throw you out. If you must consult, consult in low tones. Allow those who are keen on doing what they are supposed to do it in peace and in silence. Senator Roba, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will start the statement with the hope that our colleagues are listening. Statement Understanding Order 56(1)A of the Senate Standing Orders. Mr. Speaker, as you may be aware, in April 2026, the Committee on Finance and Budget inquired into the exercise of powers of the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to stop the transfer of funds under Article 225 of the Constitution. The basis upon which the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury had exercised the power to stop the transfer of funds to the county government of Meru was a long outstanding payment of an arbitral award and applicable interest. Honorable Speaker, it is instructive to note that this was the second instance since the inception of the devolved system of government that the Cabinet Secretary had exercised this power. Honorable Speaker, the first instance was in 2019 when the Cabinet Secretary at the time had exercised the power under Article 225 to stop the transfer of funds to 15 county governments on the basis that these county governments had failed to demonstrate tangible efforts to clear eligible pending bills. In both these instances, the Cabinet Secretary was of the opinion that failure to meet outstanding financial obligations was a serious and persistent material breach of the provisions of Public Finance Management Act. Honorable Speaker, it is instructive that in both these instances, the premise of the exercise of the power under Article 225 of the Constitution was the same: the failure by county governments to meet outstanding financial commitment and persistent unaddressed issue of pending bills. Therefore, while the Senate did not approve the stoppage of funds in these two instances, the duty of the House did not end there. The overarching role of the Senate under Article 96(1) and 3 of the Constitution as the protector of counties and the apex body that oversights national revenue allocated to county government behooves the House to address its mind to finding a final solution to the issue of pending bills. Honorable Speaker, it is alarming that the county government's budget implementation and review report of financial year 2025-2026, the control of budget reported that the county government's cumulative outstanding pending bills stood at 163.74 billion as at 31st of December 2025. Honorable Speaker, this astronomical figure does not simply pose a risk to the effective discharge of functions by the county government, but a stark reminder to the many Kenyans in hundreds of thousands who have supplied goods and services or done contracts with the county government but are yet to be compensated. The problem of pending bills, therefore, goes beyond the question of good governance and prudent financial management and raises a moral question. Can the Senate, in good conscience, stand idly by when the suppliers of goods and services and other contracts to county governments endure inordinate delays in payment? that the duty of the Senate under Article 96(1) and 3 of the Constitution also contemplate protecting counties from themselves? The answer is in the affirmative. Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Finance and Budget is of the opinion that the piecemeal and ad hoc approach to the issue of pending bills will further exacerbate the issue as opposed to a final permanent solution. A more appropriate approach involving dealing with systemic issues that have led to persistent pending bills in county government is required. In this respect, the committee proposes: A, engage the controller of budget to avail information relating to each county government's pending bills, the project to which the pending bills relate, and any remedial action that have been taken by counties to discharge their outstanding financial obligations. B, to engage the National Treasury on collective approach for intervention of the matter of pending bills in the county government. Number C, and final, to engage with the Council of County Governors to identify the systemic issues that led to and exacerbate pending bills and the possible holistic interventions that can be made to mitigate incurring of future pending bills. Dated 4th of June 2026, signed on behalf of the Committee on Finance and Budget by the Chairperson, Ali Ibrahim Roba. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Roba. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 57-1, the Senate Majority Leader.
I'm very calm today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 57-1, I hereby present the business for the week that commences Tuesday, the 16th of June, 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, during the afternoon sitting of the Senate held yesterday, Wednesday, the 10th of June, 2026, the Senate considered and passed the following bills at the second reading. 1, the Statutory Instruments Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2024, the Environment Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 66 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to pause at that and remind the House that at the Senate Business Committee this week, and you are present, we reminded our Speaker that a few weeks ago, the House of the Senate raised concern over the speedy nature with which we process bills from our sister counterpart House without due reciprocation of the same urgency of bills that have left this House to our counterpart House, Mr. Speaker. And the Speaker committed to make the infamous walk, Mr. Speaker, from his office to that of his colleague, Speaker of the National Assembly, Senator Moses Wetangula, Mr. Speaker, to insist that this is a threat to good law and order. I say that, Mr. Speaker, because as I was reading the list of bills and as I was preparing this statement, I counted close to 10 of National Assembly bills which we have considered and passed, including some that we have concluded even. But it takes inordinately long, Mr. Speaker, for bills from this Senate to be considered by the National Assembly, including some far-reaching bills, Mr. Speaker, like the Tea Amendment Bill, which you sponsored yourself, has been in the National Assembly for close to 3 years. This is a bill that will alleviate poverty from millions of farmers that rely on that particular trade. And it is my expectation that Senator Moses Wetangula, the Speaker of the National Assembly, will help unlock this particular situation. It's a matter that concerns and deeply troubles members of the Senate. During the same sitting, Mr. Speaker, we considered and passed the mediated version of the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly, another, there's no way of pronouncing National Assembly, in bold, but in caps, Mr. Speaker, another National Assembly Bill, number 2 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, I have seen questions from journalists today asking whether Senate is a poor negotiator, Mr. Speaker, or we give away too easily. And I wish that the country understands that sometimes, Mr. Speaker, wisdom demands that you make the right decision under very difficult or troubling circumstances. We went for this mediation. Senate had requested and made, Senate had actually passed 454 as a shareable revenue. When the mediation happened, I believe our colleagues were convinced with the reason. Mr. Speaker, I believe people are yet to appreciate the precarious position economically that we find ourselves in as a country, particularly with regards to debt, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a very difficult global economic situation with regards to the war in the Middle East, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, or was it this morning, it was again announced that the Strait of Hormuz has been closed. And you know the ripple effect. You know how much as a government, because Kenya is almost going fully social welfare society, you know how much we are spending, Mr. Speaker, month on month to stabilize petrol prices and so many other things. We have to be mindful about that conversation, Mr. Speaker, and think what will be in the best interest of a country. 428 is what we succeeded. Of course, additionally with other conditional grants and the additional allocation which Senator Robert, the chairperson of Finance, has promised that we shall, as a committee, they shall be leading us next week to consider, I believe we'll get good funds. The food, Mr. Speaker, there's somebody trying to get your attention.
What's your point of order, Senator Boni Halwale?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on standing order number 57, which gives the leader of the majority an opportunity to table the business of the following week. Mr. Speaker, is in order, instead of giving us that statement, to start debating the economy of Kenya and attempting, Mr. Speaker, to justify why Kenyans are suffering under this government, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I urge that the chair brings him back to order, and if you are so kind, you ask him to apologize for Kenyans by saying that Kenyans should accept to suffer because of the war between the US and Iran.
You've made your point, Senate Majority Leader. Restrict yourself to the tabling of the statement pursuant to the strict provisions of Standing Order 57.1 and 2.
Mr. Speaker, 57.1 gives me permission to state the business that has been transacted and what is being transacted next week. I am extremely relevant because I was talking about division of revenue and what happened. I do not know what my colleague consumed over lunchtime.
You are not
Mr.
expected
Speaker.
to debate or run more than just issuing the statement.
There was no debate, Mr. Speaker. However, I'll continue to read the statement. There is a Food and Feed and Safety Control Coordination Bill, National Assembly Bill number 21 of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I therefore take this opportunity to commend honorable senators for availing themselves yesterday during the voting process, and there remains substantive business pending conclusion before the Senate this afternoon. It goes without saying that we should prioritize attendance to plenary settings. I may add, concentrate, Mr. Speaker, and be relevant even with our points of orders, Mr. Speaker. The status of business in the Senate is as follows. As of today, Mr. Speaker, there are 61 bills that are pending conclusion, of which 38 are the second reading, 22 are the committee of the whole, and 1 is awaiting the first reading. 9 motions are pending conclusion, 19 petitions are pending conclusion by the respective standing committees. Of these petitions, 16 are due for reporting. 512 statements pursuant to Standing Order number 53.1 are under consideration by respective committees. At the next sitting of the Senate, which is on Tuesday, the 16th of June 2026, the tentative business of the day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for the morning sitting on Wednesday, the 17th of June 2026 will include questions to the Cabinet Secretaries as approved by the SBC, as well as motions. The questions that have been scheduled for next week, Mr. Speaker, include questions to the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, and the Ministry of Education. The tentative business for the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, the 17th of June 2026, will include business not concluded from today's order paper with the following. Mr. Speaker, 1, the County Government's Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 39 of 2024, the Street Naming and Property Addressing System Bill, Senate Bill number 43 of 2024, the County Government Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2025. There are these bills also, Mr. Speaker, which are the Committee of the Whole, the Health Amendment Bill, Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, National Construction Authority Amendment Bill. The projected business for Thursday, 18th of June 2026, will include business not concluded in today's order paper, Mr. Speaker. And for Wednesday, 17th of June 2026, and any other business scheduled by the SBC. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as honorable senators will recall, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess and rise at the rise of the Senate on Thursday, 18th June 2026, in accordance with the Senate calendar. I therefore once again urge honorable senators with business scheduled in order, paper and program of the Senate business for the next week to be available in the Senate to prosecute the same. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and do hereby lay the statement on the table of the Senate.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The Chair is minded to remind honorable senators, particularly Senator Muma, Senator Murango, and the team that has kept on consulting, of the provisions of Standing Order 121 on disorderly conduct. A senator is disorderly if the senator creates disorder, unnecessarily interrupts proceedings, or consult in a disruptive manner. That is exactly what has been going on for a better part of this afternoon, and commits any other breach of these standing orders that, in the opinion of the Speaker, constitutes disorderly conduct. You are also reminded that there is a consultation room behind. If you must consult, honorable senators, consult in low tones where it is provided in the consultation room. Allow business of the House to be transacted in a manner that befits this House. In the event that you are unable to comply with those provisions, you are cautioned or you can be asked to withdraw from the chamber. That is for the benefit of all the members this afternoon. I will now allow members to comment on the statements which have been read out variously for 20 minutes. Senator Mudama. 20 minutes cumulatively. 20 minutes cumulatively will be availed for members to comment, if any, on the statements which have been read variously by the members under Standing Order 53 and 56. Senator Joe Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment on two statements actually made by Senator Okiya Omtatah, who like saying that he's a senator of Kenya from Busia. And one, Mr. Speaker, relates to the Kenya Pipeline Company. And Mr. Speaker, the senator was seeking a statement on the share information. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know that this particular Kenya Pipeline Company, KPC, recently sold shares, Mr. Speaker. And there was a lot of information that was coming from the media and elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, because we may want to arrest any speculation, negative or otherwise, that may be related to this particular sale, it's important that the relevant committee, Mr. Speaker, sheds light on the shareholding of Kenya Pipeline Company, Mr. Speaker. And I say this because There were accusations that there are people highly placed in government that acquired the shares of KPC through proxies, Mr. Speaker. And that's why this particular committee must dig and provide information to this House and to the country at large on who exactly owns how many shares in KPC. And if there is any proxy in government who actually owns shares in KPC, because, Mr. Speaker, privatization of public assets should not be something that makes these particular assets go to individuals well placed in government, Mr. Speaker. And so I support that statement. Mr. Speaker, Senator Mtata also wanted to...
Senator John Yutu, be mindful of your colleagues who want to comment. So, though
I thought I'm still within my time.
We didn't agree on the limitation of time.
Oh, okay.
Be mindful of your colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I'm just concluding, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. So I wanted to say that the statement by the Senator Mtata on audit queries by the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, should also be tied to reports that we received yesterday that the state has overspent. In the first 9 months, the state had overspent the budgeted expenditure, Mr. Speaker, under Section 223. It's important that every one of us is reminded that Article 223 of the Constitution was for emergencies, Mr. Speaker, so that we do not have government just spending monies using Section 223. We must restrict ourselves to using this particular article of the Constitution to extreme emergencies, Mr. Speaker. And so I support these two statements by Senator Okiya Mtata. Thank you.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me comment on the statement by Senator Okiya Mtata on the matter of Cricket Kenya. The governance issues at Cricket Kenya is a concern to this country because, Mr. Speaker, you are aware that this country was doing extremely well on matter cricket in this region, and not just the region, Africa and globally. Kenya was among the few countries from Africa that could compete with the world on cricket. In fact, a number of times this country has represented the continent in World Cup for cricket. But lately, Mr. Speaker, we have started seeing the sport has deteriorated, and is largely due to the challenges of governance in the Cricket Kenya. And Mr. Speaker, I think something has to be done about leadership of sports organization in this country. Because if you look at football, when we thought we had resolved the challenge of football in this country, the other day we were surprised to hear that we have challenges in FKF between the executive of KFF and Hussein Mohammed. Mr. Speaker, we have also had challenges with the rugby and other sports. And this leaves us wondering why we have so many leadership or governance wrangles in various sports organizations in this country, when we have a ministry that is supposed to be ensuring that we have minimal governance challenges in this sports organization. Many of these sports organizations, Mr. Speaker, are not following the Sports Act. They are not following the law. And we have a ministry that is supposed to provide leadership. So I think this statement is an important statement that the relevant committee needs to go deeper into it. And maybe they can expand and look at other associations, national associations, like KFF, rugby, and others which are facing similar problems, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Kiengei.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuchangia kwa taarifa iliyoletwa na Seneta wa Kitui kuhusu hospitali. Bwana Spika, kama kuna jambo ambalo tunapaswa kuwa tukilizingatia sana ni afya, Bwana Spika. Na dawa hela nyingi tunazipeleka katika getu zetu, Bwana Spika. Ukitembelea kama hospitali ya Nyahururu, Bwana Spika, unapata hakuna dawa, Bwana Spika. Si Nyahururu, na Nyuki, Rumuruti, Kenamba, Doldoro, hali ni ile ile, Bwana Spika. Unapata wagonjwa wakifika hospitalini wanaandikiwa dawa, lakini wanaambiwa wakanunue nje, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo kamati ya afya inapaswa ishughulikie jambo hili na iliangalie kwa undani, Bwana Spika. Taarifa nyingine ambayo imeletwa na Senator Roba, mwenyekiti wa fedha, Bwana Spika, ni kuhusu madeni ambayo gatu zetu iko nayo. Nakumbuka kuna mswada uliletwa na Senator Olekina kuhusu mambo ya madeni, Bwana Spika. Haya madeni yamefanya watu mali yao kunadiwa, Bwana Spika. Mtu amefanya kazi lakini gatu zetu hazilipi hawa watu ambao tayari wako na deni. Bwana Spika, mali yao inanadiwa, watu napata wanajinyonga, Bwana Spika, ilhali wamefanyia gatu zetu kazi, Bwana Spika. Isiwe ni jambo la kawaida watu kupewa majukumu vile gavana ambavyo wanaambia watu wanawapatia zile kandarasi, baada ya kupatia zile kandarasi lakini napata hatimaye hawalipi, Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nashukuru, Bwana Spika, kunipa fursa hii, nasema asante.
Thank you, Senator Kiengei. Honorable Senators, the request list from my dashboard is a bit high, and we have got 20 minutes. I would like to ask that we cap the time that whoever will get the opportunity to speak to a minimum, or rather a maximum of 3 minutes. If that is agreeable, that should be the timeline. Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the statement by Senator Mutata in regard to Kenya Pipeline Corporation. Mr. Speaker, when Kenya Pipeline Corporation operated, it used to make about 12 billion every year, meaning averagely $1 billion a month for the country. It was 100% owned by Treasury, and now has been sold. Mr. Speaker, I would like the committee to find out, when transfer of assets will take place. Mr. Speaker, also, there were court cases by the people of Thange in Makueni County who had been injured by oil spillage and had gone to court. Already there was an award of 3.9 billion, and there was another suit pending whereby the total matter relating to suits was allocated 5.7 billion. Would like to know how many more suits, Mr. Speaker, other than those two from Makueni, KPC is facing, so that we know how much this money is going to be, paid. And Mr. Speaker, when did the transfer of assets take place? Because that's the point at which this company is sold. Otherwise, there was no information to the public. Very little is known about who now owns Kenya Pipeline, what percentage is a Kenyan, whether it is still more shares are going to be floated. And the people who have bought this company, Mr. Speaker, which I verily believe is a very important strategic asset of the Republic of Kenya, is a security installation. At all material time, even if it has been sold to private entrepreneurs, the Republic should remain in a larger control, Mr. Speaker. And again, also, what law has been used and what laws apply in the sale of this company, which was publicly owned and now is largely privately owned, Mr. Speaker. And if it was making 12 billion shillings a year, has it not been sold at a loss, Mr. Speaker? Because now that money was coming to our budget, but now this money will go to shareholders, Mr. Speaker. So I'm very keen on behalf of the people of Thange to know the finer details when the committee sits, so that we can also explain to them what has happened and what are the chances that the people of Thange are finally going to be compensated by the now sold out KPC. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with the statement by Senator Mungatana. It caught my attention, Mr. Speaker, as the Vice Chair of Finance and Budget, because it's in regards to the funds allocation for the headquarters of the 5 counties, and to be more specific, the Tana River County is one of the 5 counties that there was a budget set for the headquarters. I just want to mention that this is a matter as a committee that we've really pushed. I'm happy that the follow-up is there, there's no problem, but 449 million has already been dispersed. Now, and in this current budget right now as we speak, the budget that the Honorable John Mbadi has presented before the National Assembly, the balance of 523 million is what has been budgeted for in this financial year 26-27, so that it brings the issue of the county headquarters to a closure, all the 5 headquarters, and it will be our legacy as a finance committee to leave the legacy of ensuring that this matter comes to a close. Quickly, Mr. Speaker, also on the issue of Senator of Kitui in regards to the hospital, the level 5 in Kitui. I'm a member of the health committee. I attest that I witnessed 6 Kenyans on one bed, Mr. Speaker. 3 children, 3 mothers on one bed, sleepless nights because any mother having been given birth or in hospital with their children, they can never even take a nap to sleep. It is extremely very sad, and we emphasize that the 428 billion that this House passed yesterday, an increment of 13 billion to the county governors, we need to see change. We are going to take the matter seriously when they come to the committee. And in conclusion, because of time, so that I give my colleagues time to comment on the issue of Senator Hamida's statement with regards to the issue of gender-based violence. I mean, I'm asking myself, where is this company that is selling women body parts in this country? We find women having been dissected, Mr. Speaker, their body parts having been removed. Who is buying these organs? Which company is this that is existing in this country? That a girl child has to live in fear because someone is in the business of body parts, and shame on them. In those few, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Eknyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support the statement by Senator Nyutu on the expired drugs by KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, why do we have patients dying and expired drugs at the same time? If patients are dying, that means they are not getting the drugs. And it's such a sad picture that we have expired drugs in large warehouses, whereas people and patients continue to die in public health facilities where they are seeking for treatment and they're not able to get treatment. Mr. Speaker, KEMSA and the Ministry of Health have to tell the country, why are we having this consistently? Where is the lapse? Why should we have more people dying because of administrative issues, Mr. Speaker? Whatever that is happening paints a very sad scenario, especially for the health sector, that we are having patients. For instance, look at cancer patients, Mr. Speaker, the pain guys are going through and they're not able to get treatment, whereas they are reading news of huge packs of expired drugs that were meant to ease their pain, Mr. Speaker. It's a very sad scenario, and I wish that the committee that is going to look into this matter.
Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I wanted also to comment on the expired drugs statements raised by Senator Nyutu, and also a statement raised by Senator Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, as a Committee of Health, which we did our network oversight of all the facilities in most of the counties, we realized the both expiry drugs and bed sharing is most problem the county has. Mr. Speaker, we realized that the issue of expiry drugs, I cannot identify and say which county it is. The expiry drugs is on the tray of the patients when they are in one of the counties. to dispense to a kid, 5 years kid, to be injected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is so pathetic that all our counties has expired drugs on their shelves, and they are dispensing it. Specifically, those one who are dispensing the expired drugs is Northern Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this caused by poor inventory management, which is currently happening in the country, in the county. Mr. Speaker, also, they accept the drugs which has been donated by the KEMSA, by donations. KEMSA also accept those drugs which are below the shelves time, that is 6 months. After 6 months, it expired, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be very strict on the procurement control, that the county must not accept the drug which is less, having a period of 6 months to the expiry. Mr. Speaker, also, when they are dispensing these drugs, let them dispense as the first expire and the first out, because most of the dispense, they normally dispense the one which are in the store, but they leave, they don't even very attentive with the dates of the expiry date on the ground. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the bed sharing, it is most of hospitals have such kind of scenario, Mr. Speaker, but I realize the ministry strictly making some policy that they will not allow any claims which is above your bed capacity. Mr. Speaker, if they normally maybe follow that.
Senator Mariam, your time is up. Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, briefly, I want to comment on two statements. I'll begin with the statement of expired drugs and dilapidated health facilities. Mr. Speaker, the problem of KEMSA is a problem that is inborn in this country. There's absolutely no reason as to why we should have anything to do with any product expiring. You know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, and I've attempted to try and assist the Ministry of Health. Before the former cabinet secretary was changed, I went and sat with her. And I told her that it's about time that we change the procurement mechanism of KEMSA. Let us convert KEMSA into a supermarket of drugs. Instead of KEMSA, or instead of taxpayers' money being used, let us invite the manufacturers to list their drugs there, and then develop an ERP system such that when you are in Mandera, when you are in Narok, all you need to do in a hospital is to check in the ERP. If you do not have the drug, you can just be able to request and say, this drug is available in Mombasa. And that drug is shipped and it comes to you. What is the point of us still behaving as if we do not understand technology? Mr. Speaker, the day people will stop wanting to get a kickback in everything is the day this country will develop. This issue of drugs in developed nations, that burden of expiry is moved back to the manufacturers. Mr. Speaker, I'm also a manufacturer of milk. And whenever I place milk in a shelf, when it expires, I am told to take my milk back. You go to all these supermarkets. Nakumat taught us a lesson, Mr. Speaker. When Nakumat came into this country, business changed, Mr. Speaker. Business became that you lease a building. Once you lease that building, that supermarket, the shelves are owned by someone else, the products are owned by someone else, you are responsible for your product. The day the ministry will allow to be guided, so that we stop this nonsense of every single day, you know, having to say, this issue of nominees of KPC is something which is not illegal in itself. But when it comes to a strategic asset that the Kenya government owns 35% of it, such things ought to be made a bit neater. So my request to the committee that we'll be looking at the statement by Senator Omtata is to develop a mechanism that any public asset which is sold, although we know that at the point of paying dividends, the nominees' accounts will not be paid to.
Give Olekina 30 seconds to wind up on his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, on this issue of KPC and traded in the stock exchange, we already know who are the owners. Kenya government, 35%. Uganda, 20.15%. You know, and then other people own, you know, in nominees. Nominees in itself, I said it's a common practice used by all stock exchanges, where the money, when it's paid dividends, it is not paid into the nominee account. It is now paid to individual owners. At that point is when the individual owners will be identified, because there are tax obligations and there are tax requirements. So what I may request the committee that is going to be dealing with this matter is to see how we can amend stock exchange acts, you know, so that when it is nominee on a strategic asset, let them list next to the nominee who those nominees are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Olekina, you're very lucky. The system did not actually detect that you were beyond the additional 30 seconds that the chair gave you. So you would have been able to continue contributing because of that default. Senator Kisam.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, with technology now, we know who is going to speak next. So this is very important also that, as Olekina said, KEMSA, that is the national provider of medical, should have a serious system. I think the biggest problem that we have, Honorable Speaker, is basically KEMSA is like a cash cow of corruption for some people, and they don't want it to work completely, because if the Minister of Health is really serious that they want to automate KEMSA, they should have done it long time. Because I thought recently there was a system of 104 billion that is supposed to digitize all health facilities. Honorable Speaker, you know, KEMSA is a very serious, you know, medicine is not something easy. You know, recently, Honorable Speaker, there are some, the health committee moved across the country, and there are some facilities in the country that do not have, is it malaria? Not malaria. TB drugs. And KEMSA is reporting that the TB drugs are expiring. How? These are very, you can't understand that you have medicine, they expire. The hospitals, our children are being born daily, they cannot get the tuberculosis drugs. Honorable Speaker, we need to, the Committee on Health needs to move to KEMSA and do some serious inquiry and audit that particular organization, because they believe in just wanting to eat and continue with the corruption. Honorable Speaker, on final one, the one by Senator for Samburu, Honorable Speaker, the National Police Reservists have done a lot of work for this country, especially in the North Rift, Northern Kenya, Dana River, because, Honorable Speaker, now the country is very, very stable. We have peace across because of National Police Reservists and also the Minister of Interior doing some serious work. There is peace. There is fair, basically peace now in the country. But we want now National Police Service to see how we can reward our NPRs. Maybe they need to be put now on a regular pay so that, you know, they can help the families. They should be enlisted on SHA so that if anybody falls sick or the families fall sick, they can access medical through SHA, Honorable Speaker. And then also one of the things that they need to do, those that they lost their lives because of banditry, killing them or getting injured in the course of duty, Honorable Speaker, they need to find a way of compensating the families so that, you know, these particular families who have sacrificed to serve the nation, Honorable Speaker, get compensated and the children can go to school. They should even be educated.
Your time is up, Senator Kisang. And just to remind you, Senator Kisang, while you were starting your contribution, you indicated that because of technology, you're able to know who is speaking next. For your benefit, the system just guides the speaker in terms of a pool of those who are asking to be given the opportunity to speak. Otherwise, it is the discretion of the chair to allow you in the formula or order that he so wishes to speak. Otherwise, the system will only guide in terms of the pool of those who are asking to be granted the opportunity. And therefore, with that discretion, I will allow Senator Mungatana to contribute to the statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, asante Bwana Speaker. Bwana Speaker, mimi nasimama kuongea kuhusu National Police Reservists ambao kule kwetu sisi tunawaita ma-home guard. Bwana Speaker, hawa ma-home guard huwa wanafanya kazi muhimu sana, ama walinzi wa vijijini wanafanya kazi muhimu sana kwa kaunti yetu Tana River, lakini wanateswa. Wameandikwa na hii serikali wetu. Kwanza Bwana Speaker, walipelekwa training Disemba mwaka uliopita. Walienda training wakati wa Christmas na wakakaa huko mpaka mwezi wa kwanza Januari. Lakini Bwana Speaker, training walienda na viatu vya zamani. Nguo za training walipewa matambara, ndio walifanyia nayo training. Na wakafanyane mazoezi. Bwana Speaker, wakati wanatoka walipimwa na wakaambiwa wataletewa nguo mpya. Bwana Speaker, leo tuko karibu tunaenda kumaliza mwaka, hakuna nguo ambao wameletewa. Waliambiwa wataletewa hela, hakuna hela wamewekewa Bwana Speaker. Tangu waanze waliwekewa mwezi wa pili Februari 15,000, alafu wakawekewa 5,000 baadaye kwa Equity Bank. Mpaka leo hawajalipwa Bwana Speaker. Wewe unapewa bunduki G3, unapewa NP, alafu unaambiwa wewe unatunza kijiji. Lakini huku hauna pesa, huku hauna namna. Watu wetu wanateseka sana kwa hii kazi ya home guard Bwana Speaker. Na ningependa sana hii kamati ya ulinzi katika Senate waangalie hili jambo. Hawa watu Bwana Speaker huwa wanashika na kuleta usalama katika vijiji kabla polisi hawajafika, kwa sababu polisi ni wachache. Sasa Bwana Speaker, wewe angalia namna hii. Umeshika mhalifu pale kijijini, wewe tena ni kumtolea pesa umweke kwa bodaboda umpeleke police station. Kama mnachelewa kwenda polisi, wewe ni kutoa pesa yako tena umpatie chakula kabla haujamweka kwa bodaboda, na wewe ndio umemkamata umpeleke polisi. Na huko polisi Bwana Speaker, ni kama hawa watu hawajulikani sawa sawa Bwana Speaker. Sisi tunataka ukweli utokee. Tunataka kabisa waziri anayehusika atuambie hawa ma-home guard wetu.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation of 3 teachers and 49 students from Kiambo Senior School in Kitui County. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. And I will ask Senator Mungatana to probably welcome them because they're your neighbor. You share a border with them.
Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome the students into this Senate. We want to tell you, many years ago we were also students like yourselves, And we went through what you have gone through. Your parents, just like us, are putting a lot of effort so that you can succeed in life. For us, we want to make sure and wish you well that you will obey your teachers. Teachers will listen to the students. The problems we've been having lately will come to an end. And you will focus on your studies so that you can one day be seated here as senators and serve this Republic of Kenya. We wish you well and thank you very much for making a visit here. You are very welcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mungatana. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I'll just tie up. You know, health is devolved. So when I see statement by the Senator of Muranga and Senator of Kitui, I feel sad. Because yesterday, Mr. Speaker, you are aware we fought so much about increasing 13 billion to counties from 415 billion last year to 428 billion this year. Mr. Speaker, the issue of expired drugs, I saw the OAG report where it flagged that over 1 billion drugs are expired with KEMSA. And Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is that most of the expired drugs is what killing our people. In the OAG report, it was cancer, malaria, and HIV and AIDS drugs that has expired in KEMSA, Mr. Speaker. And it is not only in KEMSA, I want to inform the country, even in facilities that we went with the health committee, and I'm happy the Senator of Baringo was there, in Nandi, in Maraba sub-county, in Nandi Hill sub-county, in Kapsabet County Referral Hospital, and across the nation, Mr. Speaker. You know, the success of failure of devolution in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, will only, the yardstick that we will use will only be based on health sector, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon the health committee, and I'm happy the Vice Chair is in the House and a number of colleagues to look into this issue because we want, Mr. Speaker. As I speak, I feel sad for the people of Lalamak location, Mr. Speaker, Diff Ward in Wajir County. I saw the elders in Wajir South coming out that there is no drugs in Wajir County, Mr. Speaker. Yet the COG chair comes from Wajir County, and they receive more than 12 billion, Mr. Speaker. But when you go to Diff Ward in Wajir South constituency, there are no drugs, Mr. Speaker. So it's very unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. We must come out and ensure our facilities have sufficient. Even on the issue of mortuary, Mr. Speaker, I was told here in Kiambu, the mortuaries are smelling. 5 kilometers, Mr. Speaker, when colleagues went there, 5 kilometers, you can feel the foul smell that comes from a number of mortuaries in Kiambu County, Mr. Speaker. So the issue of health will fall or succeed based on the commitment, Mr. Speaker, of our colleagues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I yield back and I hope health will be able to function in our country for betterment of our people. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
What's your point of clarification?
I don't know whether it should be a point of clarification because I'm concerned, Honorable Speaker, that in my system, it is set to show that it's Senator Chimera seated on my machine. Is that in order, Honorable Speaker? That right now when I'm seated here waiting to submit on the floor of this House, the system does not show me as present but shows that it's Senator Chimera on my desk. Is that in order? Can the people who are handling this computer system do a much better job? Can you instruct them, Honorable Speaker,
Senator
to do a
Veronica,
better job? I
did
take
you
offense.
log in? Did you log in, Senator Veronica?
I tried logging in, it didn't work. They brought me the
So
card.
you've not logged in?
I tried logging in even with the card. It still shows that it's Senator Chimera seated on my desk. What is this game now? Come and make this system.
Sergeant at Arms, please look into that issue.
And I'm offended by that.
Senator Okech.
Do I get the mic? Mr. Speaker, I also rise to comment on the statement by Senator Nyutu on the expiry of drugs. Mr. Speaker, KEMSA is becoming one of the most inefficient drug suppliers in the country. And Mr. Speaker, the problem is becoming an issue of inaccurate assessments by KEMSA, because KEMSA, as a supplier of the most bulk and specialized medicine, is constantly not using the right data to be able to look at this medicine. So that, Mr. Speaker, the problem of overstocking, whether it's deliberate for procurement people to overstock these drugs and make money of them, or just an issue of lack of data that is driving this overstocking, Mr. Speaker, must be assessed by this committee, Mr. Speaker. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, before the advent of devolution, we used to have ministerial basis for drug supplies, Mr. Speaker, so that the healthcare system that we used to have was more of a pull-based system. Right now, it's a push-based system where it is heavily depending on counties to push some of these requirements, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, our counties have been very notorious on two levels. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is that most of our counties still have serious issues of pending bills to KEMSA as a centralized system. They do not want to explore other systems that can be able to supply drugs, because KEMSA is a supplier just as any other person. But even bigger problems becomes on low ordering rates by counties based on the fact that some of the counties are selling drugs from the hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Let's call a spade a spade. When KEMSA sends them drugs in the counties, Mr. Speaker, like in Migori County, I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that Migori County has got people who are working for county government that own chemist shops, Mr. Speaker. So drugs are taken out of chemist shops, from hospitals. They are put in chemist shops by governor's friends. Once they are put in chemist shops, Mr. Speaker, a diagnosis is done. After that, a patient is told to go and buy drugs from the governor's friends, Mr. Speaker. So they don't want to buy through a KEMSA system, Mr. Speaker. This is the menace that must be audited, and I hope that this committee will go to the county government, start with Migori County government, go and audit the inventory for drugs and the governor, so that the governor can tell us who are owning the chemist shops in Migori County, who are owning the chemist shops in Nandi, where Senator Kiengei comes from, who are owning the chemist shops in Bungoma, where Senator
Summarize in 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am saying the logistical inefficiencies of drugs in our counties. We want to know who are owning all the chemist shops in our counties, because governors are making so much money and they're making KEMSA inefficient, and they must stop this issue of taking drugs from our hospitals and giving their friends in chemist shops to run. Start with the Migori County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kalwale.
Mr. Speaker, the statement by the Senator of Busia on EACC is about the fight against corruption. I'm afraid we are starting to lose the fight against corruption. When I reflect on this, I ask myself, what is it that we can do to strengthen the institution of EACC? Failing which, we disband it completely so that we look for a different way of combating corruption. How can it be, Mheshimiwa Mugatana, that parliamentarians are informed by the Auditor General, they call auditees, they get evidence, they confirm the concerns of the Auditor General, and when you forward to EACC, nothing happens. It is because they are corrupt. The EACC people are selling parliamentary reports to the very people they are supposed to prosecute. Mr. Speaker, Parliament must help Kenyans by addressing EACC. What's more, we must also question, Mr. Speaker, the office of the President. Why is it that we have members of the cabinet in the current cabinet who have got active cases forwarded by EACC for prosecution, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, you're all aware about the outcry about SHA. Mr. Speaker, it is because of corruption. Mr. Speaker, for the last 4 days, the so-called pre-authorization that is supposed to be done before a patient accesses services of SHA, there is a countrywide collapse of the network and or downtimes of that network, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is because there is a deliberate effort by corrupt people in the hospitals to ensure that the services of SHA are not accessed. Instead, members of the public who have been contributing to SHA are asked to pay in cash. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that as of yesterday, 204 schools have closed down because of the unrest. Mr. Speaker, it is because of corruption. Mr. Speaker, why is capitation money either delayed or not sent to schools, forcing the headmasters not to keep?
Thank you, Senator. Give him 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the 204 schools, we are all quiet. The ministry is quiet. The appointing authority of the minister is quiet. Parliament is quiet. And our children are dying in schools. It is because of corruption. In some of the cases, Mr. Speaker, corruption is responsible for the active cases against criminal students who have been arraigned before court to be dragged on and on for years until they eventually released and members of the public are not aware. We must fight corruption. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support two statements. One by Senator Roba on the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate this House having rejected the passing of a pending bill for Mary County. It's because of personal interest. That's why the House was forced actually to pay the pending bills. Mr. Speaker, we are not doing very well as far as pending bills are concerned. Many of our businessmen, they are really languishing in poverty. Counties are paying fake pending bills. And I know this budget we struggled to pass yesterday. It's going to go into campaign. And the institutions that are mandated to oversight the usage and utilization and accountability of those budgets, they are in slumberland or they are in bed with those corrupt county governments. Mr. Speaker, I wish this House, instead of us always lamenting, especially Finance Committee, you need to take serious measures as far as pending bills are concerned because they keep on accumulating. You can imagine a county having pending bills for legal services, over 100 million. What are they doing, you know? There are pending bills that are not even going down from 1.5 or 1.2 billion, like my own county. The only people who are paid pending bills, Mr. Speaker, are those who are politically correct. I think as a country, we stop lamenting and we take serious action. Finally, on the NPRs, we need actually to see how we can formally engage NPRs because they complement the work of police and also APs. Whenever we have challenges, Mr. Speaker, those people are the ones who are in forefront. Secondly, the manner in which NPRs are actually given out in those counties, there is so much corruption that is going on. Those who are politically correct are the ones who are given NPRs. The rest are left out. Some of the people, they are even given NPR firearms. They sat in town and chew mara instead of being in the bush to help the pastoral communities or defend the communities where they are supposed to be assisted. So certain things needs to be done. Yes, there is a lot that the government is doing as far as MPR in those affected areas is happening, but it should be done in a transparent manner. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mr. Speaker. Ningetaka kuchangia taarifa ambayo iliombwa na Senator wa Kitui, Senator wa Mbugua. Mr. Speaker, matatizo ya afya katika gatuzi zetu zimekuwa nyingi sana na imekuwa ni changamoto. Sana sana kwa upande wa wale ambao wanaangalia kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinafanyika kwa njia iliyo sawa. Mr. Speaker, msongamano katika hospitali zetu ni jambo la dharura. Kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, wakati watu wamekuwa wengi, wengine wanalala kitanda kimoja na wale wanalala katika kitanda kile kimoja ni wagonjwa. Kwa hivyo wanaweza ambukizana magonjwa, na ya pili ni kwamba mgonjwa anafaa kupata mahali dhabiti ambapo anafaa aweze kupona. Mr. Speaker, katika Kirinyaga mahali imetoka Mr. Speaker, tumekuwa na changamoto kubwa sana kwa sababu ya mandawa, zile picha ambazo zinapigwa wagonjwa. Juzi kulikuwa na ile lift ambayo ilikuwa imeharibika takriban ya miezi mitatu. Tumekuwa na changamoto ya wahudumu afya ambao wengine hawajalipwa mishahara na marupurupu yao kwa miezi mitatu na wengine miezi 4. Mr. Speaker, wale wahudumu ambao wanaosha wagonjwa, wale ambao wanahakikisha kwamba hospitali zetu ziko safi, wale wanaangalia maradhi na kuhakikisha kwamba wagonjwa wamekula, wale ambao wanashikilia wagonjwa wakati wanatoka kwenda kuota njua, kwa wale ambao hawezi tembea Mr. Speaker, wakati hawajalipwa takriban miezi 3, inakuwa ni changamoto kubwa sana. Lakini Mr. Speaker, wakati tunapoongea kama maseneta kuhusu matatizo inayowakubwa wafanyikazi wa hospitali zetu kama pale Kirinyaga, unapata ya kwamba wale wengi ambao wameajiliwa wanakuja wanauziwa uoga na kuambiwa atakayeongea atafutwa kazi. Wanaendelea kuteseka. Tunasahau kwamba wale ni watoto wa watu. Wale wafanyikazi wana nyumba wanalipa. Wako na chakula ambacho wanafaa kununua. Wako na watoto wanaoendea shule ambao wanafaa kukimu anda zao. Lakini Mr. Speaker, unapata gavana anaita mkutano moja watu 2 3, anawapiga pambaja na wanakubaliana kwamba kila kitu iko safi. Wananchi wanaendelea kuteseka na wale wahudumu wa afya ambao walipo mishahara wanaendelea kuteseka. Mr. Speaker, ndio leo nasimama kwa sababu tunakuja kupitisha tena fedha ambazo zinaenda kwa magavana. Waweze kuchukua jukumu, waache kuzimbia panya shimo kwa mikate wakitarajia watakufa. Mr. Speaker, waweze kuchukua majukumu yao na wajue ya kwamba hata wakiendelea kutukashifu sisi tunaoongea haitaokoa maisha ya wale ambao tuko nao Mr. Speaker. Kwa sababu Mr. Speaker, Waswahili wanasema ukikuja ukashifu mwenye akili hakuwezi kuondoa ujinga wao. Sasa tunataka ujinga huo uondolewe katika nchi zetu, watu wetu waweze kupata matibabu.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to ventilate on statements raised by honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I want to begin with the statement from Senator Mtata with regard to cricket, Honorable Speaker. When we were growing up, Honorable Speaker, Kenya was leading in Africa and globally. And it's quite heartening that we have degenerated to a point where we are discussing the sports in Parliament, yet we have a Ministry of Sports in this country. But in the same wavelength, Honorable Speaker, knowing very well, and Honorable Speaker, can you rein in on Senator Manzo? Honorable Speaker, you are not also listening. Honorable Speaker, I request that you listen to us than our good friend who is whispering loudly, Honorable Speaker. I am saying that sports is devolved. And when you look at counties in this country, Honorable Speaker, they are doing less or nothing with regard to sports in this country. The president is building stadiums across the country. But if you ask the county government how much they are putting into sports growth and searching in this country, it is zero. And therefore, time is up, Honorable Speaker, that this House push the Council of Governors and Governors to task.
I want now to finalize on this issue of the health sector, Honorable Speaker. It is now emerging, Honorable Speaker, that county governments and the executives in the county governments are using this department to make money. Some of them are keen to get tenders for cleaning services and detergents. Some of them are keen to get tenders for non-farms, Honorable Speaker. Some of them are keen to supply food. They call it food ratios in the facilities, Honorable Speaker. And at the expense of buying drugs that the people need to use, Honorable Speaker. It is also emerging that the executives in charge of health will send administrators and accountants who are either tribally aligned, politically aligned, or commercially aligned, so that they smoothen the operations of leasing and looting monies from these facilities, Honorable Speaker. As we are speaking today, if EACC was to up its game, the share resources as they land in these health facilities, they have already got instructions on which percentage of the monies should be channeled to specific people to benefit them at the expense of the patients. And
thank you, Senator. Give him 1 minute. Conclude, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for being gracious against these marauding senators behind me, Honorable Speaker. I want to communicate to the great people of Bungoma. What I've clearly said here is happening on the ground. And I will work with you and work with you and ensure the cartels that are fleecing the resources in the health sector are brought to book. I will not let you down. I will run with you and I will speak for you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cheburet.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you have given me to also contribute and make a positive comment about the statement that has been read by Honorable Senator Lelengwe for Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, before that, I want to appreciate the distinguished senator from Samburu for submitting this issue before the floor of the House. Mr. Speaker, the issue of a national police reservist is actually a sensitive matter, and it needs proper attendance. And as House and leadership, the issue of national police reservist needs proper attendance. These police officer reservists, Mr. Speaker, are going through a lot. They are not paid by the government. Their monthly salary is not defined, and they are failing to pay their school fees for their children. They are unable to settle their medical bills due to their share is not working. So, Mr. Speaker, Senator Lelengwe, I've only mentioned about Samburu. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, several counties, including Baringo, where I come from, Elgeyo Marakwet, Samburu, Turkana, West Pokot, and several counties, Mr. Speaker, are being, these national police reservists are the people behind the successful peace restoration in our counties. And therefore, we want the Ministry of Interior and Coordination to take serious note on the matter of national police reservists and to ensure that their payments are defined. They need to be treated with a dignified way, just like any other civil servant in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with the Ministry of Interior and Coordination to consider the national police reservists just like any other civil servant in our country, and their salary needs to be defined, because it is very dangerous to mishandle the people who are behind our security. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Senator for Samburu for bringing this matter before the floor of the House, and I want the Committee on Security to address this matter and ensure that the dignity is restored within National Police Service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kiengei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to comment on two statements, one by Senator Okia Omtata on the effectiveness of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission in the fight against corruption. Every day, every morning in this house, Mr. Speaker, we talk matters devolution, we talk matters service delivery to the people, and the statement requiring the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Speaker, to give us a status report and also the effectiveness in terms of investigations and action against audit concerns and queries, both from the Office of the Auditor General as well as those from the committees of this House, has been put to question. Mr. Speaker, the committee that has already been committed this particular statement, I would expect, will be in a position to establish the extent of all those reported matters of counties across the divide where both the Auditor General as well as the various committees of this House have raised concerns, and to give us a status report of what they have done. I say so, Mr. Speaker, because as Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, we are aware that not once, not twice have we summoned the CEO of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission to appear before the committee to give us status report on inquiries that have been made by almost all the county representatives in this House on investigations, on the status of matters which have either been litigated upon or have been filed, and also in action that either they have been taken or are planning to take with regards to corruption. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware that the Auditor General in the financial year 2022-23, 2023-24, and 2024-25 had raised a number of matters in the county of Bomet where the Office of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission were undertaking various investigations. We are yet to receive the status of those investigations, and that definitely, Mr. Speaker, calls upon their effectiveness. I call upon the CEO of Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Abdi, to make sure that he turns up whenever this House or this committee, rather, the various committees, rather, calls upon him to give us the status reports of those investigations. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, about expiry of drugs in our various dispensaries, hospitals, or even at KEMSA. Mr. Speaker, it's quite unfortunate because this is one of those things that we, in the course of our oversight roles, where the Committee on Health have done visits to a number of our dispensaries or institutions within the counties.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Hamida on GBV, and I'll also comment on the statement on the health status of Kitui General Hospital, together with the hospitals in different counties. Honorable Speaker, and I'm also grateful that after a long wait, you've given me the chance. The system locked me out, and I was pushed to the last person in the queue. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad to note that in the Republic of Kenya right now, we have had increasing numbers of gender-based violence cases, which are now rampant across counties, with some of the urban counties being affected very negatively, Honorable Speaker. Just a few minutes ago, I have seen a case in Nyeri County where a woman's body has been dismembered, put in a sack, and positioned near a certain village, Honorable Speaker, at a place where it is clear that whoever dismembered that lady intended to take some of the organs from her body. Honorable Speaker, it is very, very sad that in this day and time, when we have technology that could assist in curbing crime, we have had more women suffering gender-based violence cases, and we have had cases of femicide which continue to remain unresolved. Honorable Speaker, we must take an approach now, and as the committee looks into these issues and looks into this statement, Honorable Speaker, the whole community and the whole society now must take an approach that helps women to be emancipated from this kind of violence that we are seeing becoming rampant. Honorable Speaker, it is important that we criminalize any form of violence against any gender. and specifically against women. Honorable Speaker, we have seen most of the people who are victims of this gender-based violence, some of the aggressors are coming from a relationship that they have with the victim, Honorable Speaker. So you find within our homes, there is very high level of gender-based violence. Women are not only being beaten, but after relationships are broken, Honorable Speaker, women are suffering the blunt end of broken relationships, because most of these people who are aggressing against the women and against girls are either partners or friends or spouses or people within a setup where they have a relationship with the woman who is aggrieved. It is very sad, Honorable Speaker, and we are looking up to the CS security to come up with very serious measures.
Thank you, Senator Chute. We are out of time for the statements. Give her half a minute to conclude.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are calling upon the CS for security, interior, to ensure that these cases are resolved, Honorable Speaker. I have looked at one of those cases where a woman was murdered in Kilimani, and the case was in Nakuru. And Honorable Speaker, these cases remain unresolved. We are looking up to the CS for security to ensure that we have speedy conclusion of all these investigations and the culprits can be brought to book. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll be very brief, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to contribute to the statement by Senator Enoch Wambua. This statement is heavy and weighty, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, about 2-3 weeks ago, community health promoters from Marsabit sent me a letter. The letter says they have not been paid for the last 7 months. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the government is paying 2,500 per person, and the county government is supposed to also similarly pay another 2,500. The national government has paid the dues, but up to today, for the last 7 months, the community health promoters have not been paid in Marsabit. I know, and you know, and this House knows what these people are going through. Even Kenyans know what they are going through. The kind of work they are doing at the hospitals, the problems they go through. Imagine somebody earning 2,500 shillings. That is your transport. That is your house allowance. That is your food. You pay for food. You pay for water, for all those things. Honorable Speaker, I think the health committee, should visit as many as possible hospitals so that they look at how are these people surviving with a mere 2,500 shillings per month, and they are not even getting that money. Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Senator Mbugua on the issue of patient-to-bed ratio, that is also something very important, and it needs discussion. This House needs to discuss how do we have 2 or 3 patients on a single bed. Speaker, if you go to some hospitals, people are sleeping on the floor. And we are saying we want to go to Singapore. How do you go to Singapore if you cannot even take care of your patients? You are community health providers. So you've seen, Honorable Speaker, complaints everywhere, most of the hospitals. So finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue raised by Senator Mbugua touches on infection prevention. That is very important. If you prevent, the cost of treatment will be cheaper. But if you don't prevent, you end up paying a lot of cost. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the issue of cancer, screening, early detection is the most important thing. Do we have those things in the hospitals? In our hospitals, no. So what we need to...
Honorable Senators, We shall resume with the order paper, and I shall rearrange the order paper to go to order number 4. Clerk.
Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Veronica.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a petition to the Senate on the illegal freezing of salaries and the exclusion of 313 seconded early childhood development education ECDE program officers from statutory pension rights under Cap 189. Mr. Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to present this petition on behalf of Peter Makarangure, Alice Mudhoninganga, Winfred Waboi K. Karaja, Edith Wairimu Gatimu Kariambori, Agnes Joki Kuria, and other petitioners regarding the illegal freezing of salaries and exclusion of 313 seconded early childhood development education ECDE program officers from statutory pension rights under Cap 189. We, the undersigned citizens of Kenya and seconded ECDE program officers active and retired from the Teacher Service Commission to various county governments, draw the attention of the Senate to the following: that following the devolution of pre-primary education, 313 ECDE program officers were released by the Teacher Service Commission to county governments with effect from 1st July 2015 as permanent and pensionable officers. That upon the transfer of these officers, the National Treasury and the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Database IPPD Department recategorized their payroll status from Pay Group AA, being the National Non-Contributory Pension category, to Pay Group AB, being a local contributory category. 3, that this recategorization was irregular and has had the effect of subjecting the officers to unlawful contributory pension deductions, including deductions to Provident Fund arrangements such as lab trust in some counties, despite the officers being entitled to non-contributory pension terms under Pension Act Cap 189. That the placement of the officers under Pay Group AB created a technical barrier that disconnected them from salary reviews applicable to their cadre under the Teacher Service Commission, the Public Service Commission, and the County Public Service Salaries Adjustment and Collective Bargaining Agreement benefits. That, as a result, the affected officers' salaries have effectively remained frozen at 2015 levels, causing them to miss salary increments under the 2017 to 2021 collective bargaining agreements, subsequent salary reviews in 2023, and the 2025 to 2029 increments. Honorable Speaker, that the salary stagnation has in turn depressed the officers' pensionable earnings, thereby exposing both serving and retired officers to reduce pension benefits that do not reflect their lawful entitlement or their years of service. That recognizing this grave error and the irreparable prejudice likely to be suffered by the officers, the National Treasury issued a directive dated 22nd March 2022, reference TNT/PENS/15/4/20, expressly requiring that the officers be restored to their rightful status under the Pension Act, Cap 189. That despite the said directive, the Teacher Service Commission and the IPPD Department have failed to effect the required recategorization, thereby leaving the officers in prolonged administrative limbo for over a decade. that the affected officers now face double exclusion in that they are denied TSC-related salary progression because of the AB coding, while at the same time they are not fully integrated into county or public service payroll structures because they remain substantively officers of the Teachers Service Commission. That retired officers in this category are already suffering prejudice because their pension awards are being computed on outdated and frozen salary scales instead of reconciled salary levels, resulting in unfairly low pension payments. That the officers who have retired and those due for retirement stand to suffer irreparable financial loss unless urgent corrective measures are taken, including restoration of the proper payroll category and reconciliation of their service records, including GP69 cards where applicable. Wherefore, your petitioners pray that the Senate investigates the matter with a view to 1, recommending that the directive of the National Treasury is implemented and that all historical data migrated from the legacy system is corrected to reflect a non-contributory status and to simultaneously update the officer's manual GP69 service records to reflect continuous service with zero service gaps from 1st July 2015 to date. 2, recommending that a comprehensive salary audit and reconciliation for the 313 officers, effective 1st July 2015, be done to include all annual increments and collective bargaining agreements, CBA salary awards 2017 to 2021, 2021 to 2025, and 2025 to 2029 that were missed during the period of suspended status. 3, recommending that the National Treasury releases arrears arising from the corrected salary scales and allowances, house, medical, and leave allowance to all active and retired petitioners. 4, recommending that the revision of pension awards for all retired officers in this category be done using their newly reconciled final basic salary as a base for calculating their monthly pension and lump sum gratuity under Cap 189. 5, recommending that any contributory provident fund amounts, LAPTRA/CPF, deducted in error from the petitioner's salaries be stopped and refunded with interest without affecting the officer's non-contributory rights under the Pension Act. And 6, recommending that the 313 seconded ECDE program officers be recognized as having served continuously and without interruption under the Teacher Service Commission from the date of their first appointment, and that any exit or non-claim clause in the 2017 to 2021 or subsequent CBAs shall not apply to them, since their transfer to county governments was an authorized secondment in the public interest and not a voluntary or professional exit from the teaching service. That is the petition from the petitioners, and I beg Senate to consider this an award as requested by the petitioners.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Education for consideration. In terms of Standing Order 238-2A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to table its reports in the Senate for consideration. The Senate shall thereafter consider the report of the committee. I thank you. We shall rearrange the order paper and defer order number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and order number 22. And I'll rearrange the order paper so that we consider order number 25, then followed by order number 24, and order number 23. Clerk, read the order.
Order number 25, the Community Health Promoters Bill, National Assembly Bills number 53 of 2022, second reading.
Majority.
Nenge Mike. Very good. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Community Health Promoters Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2025, the proposal is to amend the title of the Community Health Promoters Bill, was published in the Kenya Gazette Supplement number 183 of 2024, dated 10th November 2022. This bill passed the National Assembly on the 2nd of December 2024 and referred to the Senate for consideration. The principal object of this bill is to regulate the practice of community health promoters, that big army called CHPs, which many of us have come to love, and to establish the Community Health Promoters Council. Community health promoters serve as a bridge between communities and health care systems. They are trusted members of their communities, possessing a deep understanding of local cultures, language barriers to health access. This enables them to provide culturally appropriate health education, promote preventive care practices, and facilitate access to essential medical services. Their unique position allows them to build strong relationships with individuals and families, nurturing trust and encouraging active participation in managing own health. CHPs, Mr. Speaker, impact and are of great importance to our society. Their contribution to the health ecosystem in this republic cannot be gainsaid. They increase access to health care, they promote healthy behaviors and cultural practices, discourage communities from engaging in retrogressive cultural practices that injure the health of members of the society, because they are members of that community and they engage and participate in it. By empowering community to take control of their health and connecting them with the necessary resources, CHPs contribute to more equitable and sustainable healthcare systems, ultimately leading to healthier societies. They also reduce burden on hospitals and clinics, providing essential care at the community health level. Even though the first schedule of the Health Act, Cap 241, designates community health services as a level 1 service delivered by community health extension workers, the majority of community health workers now called CHPs are volunteers. I think I heard somebody, it was Senator Cherargei, yesterday say that actually this stipend of 5,000 that they are paid is against the law. But I want to believe that this consideration they get is not compensation for the work that they do. It more of, to me, looks like an appreciation more than a salary, because there's no way you can pay anybody a salary of 5,000. But then, this week I was somewhere with some governors, and I was asking them, while we were just discussing about this division of revenue and why. You remember we had requested, Mr. Speaker, that on division of revenue, we take the 2,500 share of the national government and make it part of shareable revenue to counties. Why does national government insist on holding on to 2,500 shillings to CHPs as opposed to sending it direct to counties? And that is something that remains, needs to be discussed. And they were telling me that majority leader, to you, 2,500 shillings is nothing. But we can tell you that these 5,000 shillings means a lot to many of these guys. It is over and above what they earn or what is their daily income. And it helped me appreciate something that I was once told, that as a leader, never lose sight of perspective. That there are many times, Mr. Speaker, that you say things as you see them just as a leader. But a good leader sees things sometimes also from the constituents' perspective and the people that you represent. So while 5,000 may be nothing to a wealthy don from Garissa called Abdul, Mr. Speaker. Not you, I'm talking about another Abdul who's my friend. But to the ordinary Abdi, now that you want me to use, deep down in your village in the place we went, I forget in Masalani, Mr. Speaker, it means a lot. And of course, this is not to make the case that we should not remunerate them better. Actually, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is to set up the structure with which we can appreciate community health promoters, Mr. Speaker. And I know all of them, including those that voted for me in Kericho, as I watched their senator this afternoon on the floor, they're extremely proud and happy because they know that upon the passage of this bill, we will actually duly recognize them, give them certification, Mr. Speaker, and make their pay even better. Mr. Speaker, you know we have just rolled out UHC, and you cannot expect that everything will be perfect from the start. But I know that 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, Mr. Speaker, when UHC has settled properly, when compensation to public hospitals, including dispensaries deep in the village where Senator Catherine Muma comes from, in my neighborhood, down in Kisumu, small dispensaries, the minute we'll have perfected the system and ensured that they get compensated directly, and that hospital is able to manage its affairs, order medicine, Mr. Speaker, and have some of these promoters even on call, so that if the doctor is away, the community health promoters can help locate the next facility and call for medical help and make the right determination, Mr. Speaker. We will have celebrated these people. Therefore, this is for you, community health promoters, across the Republic of Kenya. And there are so many. There are over 100,000, if I recall. Actually, Mr. Speaker, why I am particularly proud about this bill is that CHPs were launched in Kericho in 2023 during Mashujade. And Kericho will always remain their home because this is where they began their work. I remember them marching during the Mashujade, that particular morning, Mr. Speaker, at Kiprugut Chumo Stadium. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that as we work by the turn of, or the drawing of the curtain of the session of this parliament, if we will have succeeded to conclude on this bill and ensure that CHPs, Mr. Speaker, are properly now compensated, captured in the public health systems properly, Mr. Speaker, given even more training, because while they might not be doctors, Mr. Speaker, they have some basic elementary training on matters, Mr. Speaker, public health, and it will be extremely important to engage and interact with them. Even though, Mr. Speaker, the first schedule of the Health Act, Cap 241, designates community health service as level 1 service delivered by community health extension workers, the majority of community health workers now called CHPs, they are volunteers who sometimes receive allowances that are often delayed or never paid at all. It's embarrassing, Mr. Speaker, that there are certain counties that delay even these little 5,000 that you are talking about as compensation to these volunteers, Mr. Speaker. Why we are proposing a legal framework is to enhance their recognition and regulation so as to allow them to be entrenched in the government health delivery system, and it establishes the Community Health Promoters Council and the Community Health Promoters Disciplinary Committee to regulate the conduct of CHPs. I have a challenge with that proposal, Mr. Speaker, because much as health is a special and a unique service, we will have to find a way. You know, Senator Manzo, when county employees misbehave, generally all of them, it is the County Public Service Board that punishes them, the same way it handles their promotion and disciplines them in case of misbehavior. But also remember, one thing we have not been able to successfully do as legislators is to establish a nexus between County Public Service Board and the professional bodies that many of these staffers belong to. If it's accountants, Mr. Speaker, how do you link the County Public Service Board with ISPAC and even recommend sanctions against, say, an accounting officers who participate in fraud? Last week, Mr. Speaker, I was chief guest at the Kenya Institute of Supply Chain Managers Association in Naivasha. And you're interacting with all the supply chain managers from our 47 counties, Mr. Speaker. Your people from Makueni, some of them spoke. There were people from Siaya, across the country, Mr. Speaker. And the thing that we must all agree is that we must create, as Parliament, particularly us as senators, the nexus between regulatory bodies that regulate professional practice, ISPAC for accountants, KISM for those that are in supply chain, KPMDU and Nursing Council, those ones for those that are in the health space. So we will have to locate for these particular CHPs, there are elements that have to be handled. Issues of discipline, issues of transfer, issues of their promotion, the scale at which they enter the workforce, Mr. Speaker. Those needs to be handled by the Public Service Board. But then we will have to set the agreement with the regulating bodies in the health practitioners space, Mr. Speaker, to see where these CHPs will fall under. These committees, Mr. Speaker, will actually find time to look into this and guide us on how we conclude. So under Part 1, Mr. Speaker, which comprises Clause 1, Clause 2, Part 2 comprises Clause 3 to 16, and all so on and so forth. Therefore, these are very straightforward bill, Mr. Speaker, which I believe members of the Senate must certainly give it the priority that it deserves. Senator Mungatana, you know very well that there are thousands of CHPs deep down in Tana River. If there is a favor that you can do to them, and those that attend to them, my good brother, or those that draw service from them, is to ensure that you motivate them. Set up the regulatory framework like you are proposing in this particular bill, so that when they go to vote next election in Tana River, they have a reason to say, I sent a man to the Senate who represented my interest, and they made sure that I am properly considered. And the same passes for all of us. I am sure colleagues have various thoughts on how they think maybe certain matters need to be handled. I know, for example, one of the challenges that we will experience is how do you transfer them from being this voluntary basis into the cycle of public service, given that they were not necessarily competitively recruited. We normally have a very big challenge with that. Here in Parliament, for example, I know when I served in a Parliamentary Service Commission, there were staffers that we had requested from other government entities, like NYS and the rest, to do various duties here within Parliament. And they had served for long, until one time we said we need to have them part and parcel of the parliamentary staffers. But it became a huge challenge because the constitutional dictates that we all live and work under, Mr. Speaker, require that all public service appointments be competitively recruited. Yet we know that these people provide a specialized service. Therefore, there are certain things that we will have to find a way, a neater way of clearing and sorting all those things. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is my utmost hope that members will share their thoughts on how we can shape this space of community health promoters, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that they serve in the village. Some of them actually provide service which maybe doctors will struggle to. They perform certain things which even modern hospitals will struggle with. Don't underestimate the value of traditional medicine and people who have local knowledge on certain localized health challenges, Mr. Speaker. They know, because many of us here that have the distinct privilege of coming from villages, Mr. Speaker, that are serene. You know, I was saying that because I saw a clip the other day of somebody, I think it was a senator of Nairobi, making it appear as if there's anything to be celebrated about coming from the city. To me, if I had the choice, Mr. Speaker, because it's by nature that you choose what you represent, but if I had the choice, I'd pick the village any day over the city, over this clogged up city with all the challenges and many of these things. And I know many of you will do the same. Therefore, I was saying that there are unique challenges, Mr. Speaker, that come with working in the city and ensure in the villages that these CHPs can handle better than even our other health practitioners. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to listen to colleagues, share their thoughts and ideas on this particular topic so that we can progress and move with it and help achieve universal health care. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the Senator for Nandi, Senator Samson Cherargei, to second.
Seconder. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it is with distinction and honor that I rise to second this very critical bill. Mr. Speaker, let me, as I second, to begin by saying, and we have agreed that the success or failure of devolution in this country will be based on how we manage the health sector. And now that the majority leader, the distinguished Senator of Kericho and my neighbor, Senator Aaron Cheruiyot Kipkurui, is called Telwa in some other circles in the village, Mr. Speaker, is called Telwa. Telwa in some other circles, Mr. Speaker, sir. It's an honor. And I was in that stadium, in Kiprukut Stadium, in Kericho, when we launched the community health promoters, and I felt the pride. Because, Mr. Speaker, you know, even today in Wajir, in Salmalmak location, in Beefward, in Wajir South, in Wajir County, the elders there called me today and they are complaining for lack of drugs in Wajir County despite receiving 12 billion. Mr. Speaker, we have spent many minutes and hours here discussing about 1 billion expired drugs that is with KEMSA, Mr. Speaker, and mostly are cancer drugs, they are malaria drugs, they are HIV and AIDS drugs. And most of these drugs, Mr. Speaker, are drugs that should assist Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, for us who are village senators, we attend a number of funerals over the weekend, and most of our people are dying because of cancer. When you hear KEMSA is losing 1 billion to expiry of drugs, involving cancer drugs, Mr. Speaker, some of us feel like crying. And I'm disappointed because this is the OAG report which did the report. But, Mr. Speaker, we hope and believe that for the last 15 years, 4 trillion Kenya shillings have gone to our counties. We are yet to see the value of that 4 trillion Kenya shillings, Mr. Speaker. I'm aware the budget has just been read today by the CS of National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, where we are going to give counties 428 billion, an additional 13 billion from 415 billion. We want this money to give value. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we did move the county government's additional allocation bill. And let me begin from there, Mr. Speaker. The community health promoters received 3.2 billion in terms of stipend. I'm happy the majority leader, while moving, Mr. Speaker, has indicated that this is a stipend, Mr. Speaker, because the minimum wage of this country is 18,000. So if the national is paying 2,500 shillings and the counties are paying 2,500, which is normally late, because of late exchequer releases. And the ministers of national treasury since 2013 have always violated Article 219 by delaying disbursement of cash to our counties, Mr. Speaker. This issue of remuneration, we must look at it. I agree this could be stipend. It means a lot. 5,000 means a lot for somebody who wants nothing. But that one should not allow us to violate Article 41 and Labor and Relations Act. I'm happy the majority of the leader who is the mover of the motion has indicated that this is just the framework. This is the baseline. This is the foundation where we'll be able to come up with remuneration for our community health promoters, Mr. Speaker, because we don't want to suffer like ECD teachers. Even from Nandi, Mr. Speaker, my ECD teachers are scheduled to go on a strike. Mr. Speaker, we should not subject employees working for counties at the mercy of governors, Mr. Speaker, who don't see the value of those people. Yet you still find ghost workers in a number of counties. You saw Wasingishu County has around 765 ghost workers, according to financial year 2024-2025, which are used for political expediency, Mr. Speaker. So in Nandi, for example, Mr. Speaker, under this financial year of 26-25, because I'll be very brief and efficient, Mr. Speaker, Nandi is going to receive 96.60 million towards community health promoters in our the county government additional bill as per Article 202 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, out of 3.2 billion, 96.6 million will go to Nandi to support. Mr. Speaker, my only request is that let us ensure timely disbursement so that as the national government gives 2,500 shillings, the counties are able also equal to give 2,500 in good time. 5,000, Mr. Speaker, I highly doubt, because I know the Don Abdi of Garissa cannot eat 5,000 for lunch. 5,000 is when you go to Serena or Kempinski, Villarosa, and I saw my brother Senator Aldama was in France. I don't know whether 5,000 will be enough for the king of Ma to even have some salad in a very high-end restaurant somewhere in France, Mr. Speaker, or in the streets of Paris, Mr. Speaker, especially after visiting the Eiffel Tower in somewhere in France, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with the majority, and I hope, Majority Leader, when we pass this, we must come up with how we can ensure they are remunerated, because I know Senator Chute, who is my very good friend, also have similar concerns. We appreciate, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy, because I'll only make 3 points. My second point is I'm happy that these community health promoters, we have been provided for under the second schedule, that their work is community health, Mr. Speaker, psychology, counseling. Mr. Speaker, I want to add, if it is not too much trouble, and request Majority Leader, who was the ear and eyes of the President, to also ensure community health promoters visit some of our schools so that they can be able to provide psychology and counseling to our children who continue, a number of them, to ban schools and school unrest and strikes, Mr. Speaker. It is important, Mr. Speaker, especially women in home who have just passed, it's called, when there is a name that is normally said when a woman has just delivered, they sometimes have depression. I think this is very important on psychology and counseling. Mr. Speaker, on community health, you know, a number of our people suffer because of preventable diseases. Just ensuring that water is well treated, ensuring cleanliness. Mr. Speaker, did you notice when we implemented fully the issue of cleanliness, the issue of wearing masks and sanitization, a number of diseases in Kenya just flew away, Mr. Speaker. Even cough, the issue of sickness because of poor handling of food came to an end. So community health promoters will be, even social work, Mr. Speaker, I am happy, Mr. Speaker, will ensure that social work works. There is the issue of community HIV counseling and testing, which I know with the USAID, Donald Trump, and the issue of supply of the anti-HIV drugs has been a problem in this country. But, you know, I feel sad that the 1 billion, that, you know, the other day we were complaining, Mr. Speaker, that there was lack or inefficient supply of HIV and AIDS drugs in the country. But it is very unfortunate that it has expired in KEMSA, that 1 billion worth of drugs, some of them were involved. Even immunization to our children, Mr. Speaker, you have to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, some of us were born at home. And we thank God that we survived, Mr. Speaker, because we used to have those women, the midwife in the village. They dealt with our matters properly. Some of us were even kichwa ngumu even during our birth. So, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the midwife had a lot of work, Mr. Speaker, and you find most of our children, and I can say, for us village senators, most of our mothers still give birth in the village setup. And there are midwives, even I know in Marsabit is similar. So most of our children are not immunized in the village. So this one will assist. And also say, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine somewhere in Digir, a mother has to travel maybe to Digir town or all the way to Narok town to get immunization. You can imagine the transport, they have to carry the young baby. But if you send the community health promoters to do immunization, Mr. Speaker, it will be easy. I don't know whether it is different in Makueni. For us who represent rural counties, even Siaya, where they distinguish the king of ODM and ODM party leader, agree with me that immunization, we must send the community health promoters. They can even weigh and advise, Mr. Speaker, on nutrition to our mothers, the new mothers, Mr. Speaker. But I know Senator Muma will be in better place to explain such, because having undergone through motherhood, then she understands better. Community development, Mr. Speaker, is very critical. Health education is very critical. Any other relevant training as prescribed by the Cabinet Secretary. So, colleagues, this is what the community health promoters will be all about, Mr. Speaker. The aspect is just to establish the council that will ensure. This will be my third and final point, is to assess the qualifications of community health promoters, maintains improvement, and ensure there is professional code. Mr. Speaker, we are aware most of these CHBs will work around our houses. We also have a professional code. We must have discipline, because we don't want people who might not have good habits to go to people's home and maybe steal or misbehave, Mr. Speaker. So I'm happy that this council, that the mover of the motion, majority leader, has indicated, will ensure that there is code of profession, because every profession must have a code. There should also be qualification, disciplinary measures, professional code, register and keep record of all, and even the issue of disciplinary, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy, majority leader, that there is collaboration between Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, KMPDC, the Center Board of Health and Clinical Officers, KUKO, will also be part, and also Nursing Council of Kenya for standardization and professional that we ensure. And also the advice, Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether the majority leader will allow us in the third reading, in clause number 5, to include also the assessment and setting of issue of salaries and remuneration for community health promoters. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the establishment of council, I know members know you must be a man of integrity and all those issues, so I don't want to be devil, because it is mutatis mutandis in a number of laws that we have. Even the powers of council are the same. The tenure of office, Mr. Speaker, the issue of allowances is set by SRC, which is a norm as advised, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is very important. The issue of registrar will ensure that its records are kept on community health promoters and particulars of the register, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of disciplinary and the issue of courses that will be prescribed, that will be done, Mr. Speaker, as the second schedule by, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy, and allow me to say this, that even in this budget, I have seen a number of constituencies, almost 290 constituencies in our counties, are going to have KMTC, Kenya Medical Training Colleges. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker. Even in Nandi, I think we have 2 or 3 KMTC all over the country. This will allow to ensure that our sons and daughters are trained in the KMTC for these courses, so the approval and in their villages and registration, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy in this budget that Honorable Mbadi has just read is pro-mwananchi budget, Mr. Speaker. I know it is the highest 4.8 trillion Kenyan shillings. We hope to see KMTC being constructed so that courses are affordable, Mr. Speaker, and appeal to Higher Education's Loan Board, now that I've gone 3.7 billion, to ensure our children in KMTC are also getting loans like you, like me and Manzo. We were able to get Higher Education's Loan Board when we went to university. Why is it that KMTC students should get loans so that we can ensure? We also want to see, even in teachers training, Mr. Speaker, are you aware our students in teachers training are not getting loan than like the university? I think that is violation of Article 27 on discrimination, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, with those very, very many remarks, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think as Senator Chute, I don't know whether he's holding brief for the majority leader, but also to ensure that we are protected in terms of those KMTC. If they read, Mr. Speaker, our girls also will get opportunity to study, because there is what we call female power. And we want the female power to be felt in the boardroom, in the villages, and of course in the bedrooms as usual. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, let me end there and second and say this is a very important bill that we must support as a house. This is a bill that we must support as a house. In fact, this is the only bill, Majority Leader, that I am proud of National Assembly. On others, they are getting 99.9%. But on this bill, I agree for the sake of community health promoters, which is 100,000 plus across our country. And we thank the President for that wisdom, for that, Mr. Speaker. Our President is always ensuring that there is development. And I think this was his idea, Mr. Speaker, that we have CHPs in our counties. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I would also want to listen to colleagues, including the King of Ma, Senator Ledamo Lekina, Mr. Speaker, to spit some wisdom. I beg to second and yield the mic. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Community Health Promoters Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, be now read a second time. Honorable Senators, I shall allow members to debate, and just to get concurrence from the House, if we should put a limit to the time. Is 5 minutes okay for each? 5 minutes, very well. I'll start with the Majority Leader. Senator Oburu needs to contribute. He's the first on the list.
Give him 10 minutes.
Senator Oburu.
Wisdom. Power.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this important bill. Mr. Speaker, some of us who are born in the rural areas and stayed in the rural areas know the importance of these primary health care workers. The primary health workers, Mr. Speaker, sir, are the ones who take care of the ordinary person when they get any disease which is inexplicable, which they cannot use traditional medicine to treat. They fall in the hands of these community health promoters. And the concept of community health workers came from the Bamako concept, when medics sat and agreed that there need to be a formalization of community health workers who take care of primary diseases at the primary level, at that low level, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this concept was meant to recruit and train some villagers within the community on basic health care and also on basic medicines which they could use, and give them free kits which they would then dispense of in the village, and charge some minimal fee, so that that money becomes a revolving fund, and they keep on buying the medicine for their kit and sustain themselves. So there was no intention of that Bamako concept to pay anything. But later the government thought of giving some stipend, some small supplement to that concept, and people were being paid 2,500. But then it then increased to 5,000 when the national government came in and now supplemented counties who were paying something like 2,500. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this is now an improvement, even a further improvement
Senator
on
Oburu.
that concept, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Oburu, there is no speaker, sir, here.
There's no?
There is Madam Speaker. There is no speaker
Madam
on the
Speaker,
chair right now.
Yes, there is a change. Oh, Madam, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Madam, I'm so sorry. I did not notice
Apology accepted.
The change, and I'm deeply apologetic to that. So, Madam Speaker, this concept has now further been improved, and it is now being formalized. These primary health workers, which are the community, at the community level, are now going to be formally employed, and they are going to have some little qualification to take care of our mothers and our fathers and our children at that primary level. And Madam Speaker, this is a very, very great feat, and it is a great achievement for our country. It is a big step forward, and I hope that our people will embrace it and now improve provision of services to our people at that level. Madam Speaker, some of us who grew up in the village, we were recognizing even we had traditional birth attendants, those who are giving mothers, who are attending to mothers who are giving birth right in the village. And they knew what to do.
I can see your time is up, and though I appreciate that those who are raised in the village tend to have a very deep sense of pride in their way of life, their way of food, their way of culture, I will give you 1 minute, because I also grew up in the village, to hear that story.
So, Madam Speaker, we used to recognize even the clinical officers or just dressers, people who are dressing wounds in the village as doctors. We used to call them doctors. But Madam Speaker, now we are having people who have at least some primary training in healthcare, and they are going to to care for our mothers and children at that primary level. And this is a good improvement, and I support it, Madam Speaker. And with those many or few words, I beg to support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Oburu. Our youth leader, Senator Wakoli, you're next.
Thank you. Asante sana, Speaker, kwa nafasi hii. Vile vile ningependa, kwa sababu majira ya asubuhi kiongozi wangu wa chama katika wadi alikuwa nakutana ama alikuwa na kikao na madaktari mashinani hawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, katika wadi ya Tuti Marakaru leo asubuhi. Na niliwahakikishia kwamba katika jumba la Senate sitasinzia, sitalala, na nitazungumza kwa niaba yao kuwatetea. Na nina furaha gaya mpwito jioni ya leo kuambia Wakenya kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, ambayo mimi ni kiranja wa wengi katika jumba hili la Senate, katika bajeti imewekea bilioni 3.23 kwa hawa madaktari mashinani, na hizi ni fedha ambazo tuna uhakika nazo, na ni kuambia kwamba tutashinikiza magavana wanapopitisha bajeti zao muda mchache kutoka sasa, wahakikishe pia wao wanatangaza wazi fedha za madaktari mashinani hawa, kwa sababu katika kaunti yangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, miezi 5 sasa hawajalipwa pesa zao. Na huku Mheshimiwa Rais akienda vijijini, wao ndio wa kwanza kunyosha vidole viwili, Mheshimiwa Spika, kumtukuza Mheshimiwa Rais, lakini madaktari mashinani wanaumia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kule Bungoma Madaktari mashinani ni 3,590 na wao wanahudumia mmoja wao kila boma 100. Hii inaashiria kwamba wao pia wana uwezo wa kueneza amani, mustakabali mwema katika jamii. Hapa katika bajeti hii ya bilioni 3.23, Bungoma inaenda kupata milioni 107 na 1,400, Mheshimiwa Spika. Hizi ni fedha ambazo madaktari mashinani wa Bungoma lazima ujivunie kwamba sisi kama serikali ama viongozi wa wengi na viongozi katika Kenya Kwanza tumeweka kwenye bajeti pesa zenu, na hizi pesa zitakuja katika account zenu bila kupitia wale ambao tunasema mabroka katika lugha asili kule mashinani. Sasa mimi Mheshimiwa Spika ni kushukuru serikali, kushukuru daktari mashinani katika kazi nzuri ambayo wanafanya kutibu watu, kuwapa mawaidha, kuhakikisha kwamba wanawapa matumaini wagonjwa, na vile vile kuhakikisha kwamba katika mashinani afya inaendelea kudumu. Changamoto tu, na ningependa kurudia, magavana wahakikishe bajeti wanazopitisha zao ziwe na fedha za madaktari hawa. Isiwe kwamba sisi kama jumba la Senate na serikali ya Nairobi zinalipa pesa, lakini magavana ni kuwayumbisha tu, kuwachezea karata, kuwatishatisha wanapoitisha mshahara, kuambia kwamba tutawafuga. Na kuungana na hoja ya Mheshimiwa Aaron Cheriot kwamba tunataka kusonga mbele, wawe pia na stakabadhi ambazo watakuwa wanajua wameandikwa kazi na mshahara ni pesa fulani, na kama kuna shida kati yao na mwajiri watatumia mbinu zipi kutatua. Isiwe tu kwamba wanafanya kazi kwa huruma ya mtu fulani kwa sababu yeye ni gavana ama mtu ni waziri, lakini kuwe na mfumo mahususi ambao watasajiliwa, watafanyiwa watafunzwa, watapata utaalamu wa kutosha ili waendeleze agenda hii. Sasa kwa niaba ya watu wa Bungoma, madaktari mashinani wa Bungoma, hapa nimewasomea milioni 107,400 takriban ambazo ziko katika bajeti ya serikali ya Kenya, na nitakapokuja nyumbani nitapambana na gavana kuhakikisha kwamba pesa zenu zinaonekana na mnalipwa wakati unaostahili. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na watakia kila laheri wa Kenya katika wikendi ambayo tunajitosa ndani kutoka leo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Senator Wakoli. Senator Olekina.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me an opportunity to make some brief, albeit insightful comments on this bill. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, the committee health workers out in Kenya have blamed the Senate for delaying this bill. I'm looking at the committee report, and it's quite baffling. The committee which I sit in, unfortunately I didn't participate on that particular day, recommended that this bill should not proceed. There is some controversy which I hope we can be able to clear so that we can be able to move with this bill. Madam Speaker, with that in mind as a disclaimer for my contribution, I want to be very objective in noting the controversy in this bill, which sometimes it is important to be bold enough and say there is a controversy, but nothing stops us from working around it. Madam Speaker, if you look at what this bill is meant to provide, those who do not want this bill to proceed have indicated clearly that this bill, other pieces of legislation, like the Community Health Bill of 2020, provide exactly what we want. The Kenya Community Health Strategy, which is 2020-2025, which already establishes the community health units. I guess the difference between this bill, and it's important that we look at this bill from a community and a humanitarian perspective, is that for once, those people who have been in the front line of providing health to Kenyans are going to be recognized. to demystify my many words, is that they are now going to be added into the payroll of Kenya. So once we pass this bill, I know we have about 107,000 community health workers. Many of them have not been paid. I believe for 29 months, these community health workers have not been paid. Each community health worker is owed a minimum of 72,500 shillings. In Embu alone, Madam Speaker, the community health workers in Embu are owed 7.8 million shillings. In fact, that led to recent street protests where the community health workers were protesting, wanting to be paid. In the neighboring county of Kajiado, there are so many community health workers who have not been paid. So the biggest question for us to be able to deal with today, Madam Speaker, is this bill necessary? Absolutely. Is it important? Yes, it is important because we will now formally recognize these unsung heroes who have been there to protect our healthcare. And it is a way, Madam Speaker, of extending the universal health coverage in the country. But how are we going to deal with the issues that have been raised in terms of our recurrent expenditures? This is when, Madam Speaker, all of us have got to be alive to the fact that our recurrent budget in county governments as well as national government is going to be blotted. We will have 107,000 more Kenyans who will now be employed permanently, pensionable. So those are questions that we must ask and say, are we able to deal with that? I think it will be important for the majority leader to sit with the Committee of Health and request that the recommendation given by the committee that this bill should not proceed to be removed. And I'm happy to support that. So, because of time, and I can see time is running, Madam Speaker, I just want to reiterate that the importance of this bill is nothing but the formal recognition of these very, very critical health workers. Formal recognition, formal employment. And when we now finally pass this bill, Madam Speaker, we should be ready for the unintended consequences, whereby there will be minimum wage requirements, because you cannot employ somebody and pay them 2,500 shillings. Yet, here in Nairobi now, even your domestic workers will have to be paid a minimum of 18,000 shillings. So, Madam Speaker, those are things that we must be able to really deal with. But is it important? Yes. It means that all those workers who have been working voluntarily will now be formally employed, formal employment. And that is a step in the right direction, and it's going to help this country. But we also have to think about where do we get more taxes to be able to pay for.
Time up. Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I spoke earlier, I talked about community health promoters, and I talked about the delay of the stipend. But now, looking at the budget that's being read, I want to thank the Kenya Kwanza government for, on top of this bill being proposed, before I talk about the bill, allow me to talk about 296. First of all, let me not talk about the issue of the 296. Let me talk about the monies in this budget, which is 3.2 billion for community health promoters. Madam Speaker. And on top of the 3.2 billion, 396 extra amount of money is going to medical insurance for the community health promoters. Madam Speaker, this budget has touched on the issue of community health promoters. And that is what we were discussing this morning. We are talking about delays in payment. And let me now go to medical training colleges. In the budget, I think most of the constituencies, almost 296, are going to get medical training colleges. Why is this very important, Honorable Speaker? And I want to thank our government, the Kenya Kwanza government, and even the President, for even allowing to have in every constituency at least one or even two medical training colleges. Why is it very important, Madam Speaker? We have girls who are locally based at places like Marsabit. They've never gone to past Isiolo. They've been in a local village and in primary schools and secondary schools. Once they go to our nearest medical training college is in Isiolo. Now we have, thank you, we have in Marsabit Saku constituency. And when they were going to Meru and Isiolo, it is something new to them. And you know, for a girl to go to leave their family with our culture, going to Meru and Isiolo is not a good practice. So let me thank the government for that. Let me come back to the bill. This Community Health Promoters Bill 2022, this is a bill that came from the National Assembly, Bill number 53 of 2022. I want to say, Madam Speaker, something very, very important. If having this bill and having establishment of functions and powers of Community Health Promoters Council, this council will be a very important bill for this country. They will be managing issues of community health, and that is what we are lacking for many, many years. I want to refer to something very important. In the composition of the members of this amendment bill, we'll be having one council, a director general for health, or a representative. That is number one. Number two, one person from non-governmental organization, which is very, very important because non-governmental organizations are having pool of many, many organizations coming together and appointing one person, and that is number two. Number three, one person nominated by the public health officers and technicians council. These are the people who will be bringing brains and experience to this board. Another two persons with knowledge and experience in matters of community health appointed by the cabinet secretary. And the two most important things. There are two persons. One shall be a county chief officer of health with knowledge, Madam Speaker, with knowledge and experience in matters of community health. Very, very important. And this one also should be nominated by the county governors. Of course, that one is
Thank you. I think there are no more senators willing to contribute to this motion. So we are done with that part. And we will stand down that order pending the mover to reply to be listed in the next session. That could be next week. So you may call the next order, clerk, please.
Order number 23, motion, consideration of the reports of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operational and Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice number 14 of 2026.
Senator Danson Mungatana.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you very much for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, I wish to move that the Senate adopts the reports of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 13 of 2026, and 3, the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice number 14 of 2026, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the Senate resolves to annul the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice number 14 of 2026. Madam Speaker, I don't want to take long, and I want Kenyans listening to me that the National Transport and Safety Authority, NTSA, brought us several regulations. Now, we passed some, but these 3 we rejected, and we are asking the Senate to reject these particular 3 regulations. And my colleagues will have an opportunity to contribute, so I will be brief. But I will give you one reason why we must reject or annul the Traffic (School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice number 11 of 2026. And I will give you only that one reason. They are saying in that legal notice, and we took issues with particularly rule number 13, that we must, all school buses must reflectionarize all the signals, and then they must have standard mechanical signal arms. So all school vehicles now, school buses, and you know what? When we ask these people, NTSA, how do you want us to do this? They said, you know, it's important, we need to have these mechanical, so that if a bus is going to pass this way, there has got to be like a hand, a mechanical hand that will, so all the school buses must be fitted with that. Then they said, all the school buses, they must have telematic systems. They must have cameras facing the systems. That is Regulation 14. Madam Speakers, all the schools in Kenya, including the ones in Tana River County, the private schools that are carrying children, the high schools that have, they must now have telematic systems, Madam Speaker. Then we ask these people, when do you want us to have this thing done? 1st of July, 2026, Madam Speaker. 1st of July. What is the date today? 11th of June. So we have 12 days. All the schools in Kenya, all the, you know, from which county to, and every county at least has some schools that have buses, telematic systems, cameras. Madam Speaker, for us, we see this is a rent-seeking opportunity. if we leave these regulations to pass, and I hope my colleagues who are listening to me online, because I know senators are paying attention to this, all of these schools will have to pay bribes, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. This is clearly a way of collecting money from schools. And you know, Madam Speaker, already we have regulations under the Education Ministry that are saying school buses, you may travel from this time to this time. School buses do this. Now, they are putting in these new regulations a requirement for licenses, again, for all school buses. Madam Speaker, this Senate must disagree. We must not allow this. We must not. We must fight for our people. NTSA cannot make regulations that are going to make it impossible for schools to take children to school. Look at the chaos that is going to be in school from 1st of January, July 2026. And I told these people, and we talked, the Senate Delegated Legislation Committee colleagues spoke to these people, withdraw these things, withdraw these regulations, give it time, let people understand, let schools understand. Nothing doing. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow this. We cannot. And that's why we have come today to say, Senate, reject these things. Madam Speaker, apart from that, these regulations, you know when they did the public participation? A long time ago, Madam Speaker. 2014 is when they did 2024 is when they did public participation. And that public participation, Madam Speaker, did not comply with the standards that we give. They did not give notice the way it is required. And Senate cannot allow this to happen. We cannot allow this. And even stakeholders, you know, Madam Speaker, we had to call the private operators of schools to come, the stakeholders. They said they didn't know about this. So, Madam Speaker, that is the one reason, and I know my colleagues will talk about the regulations affecting the schools. What about the regulations affecting motor vehicle inspection? I'll also give only one reason why we reject it. Do you know, right now, it's only when you have a traffic accident, that's when your private vehicle is taken now for inspection. When you have an accident, unfortunately, that's when your private vehicle will be taken for inspection. But, Madam Speaker, can you imagine, now they are saying, all of us, you know, even if you are not operating a government vehicle, a commercial vehicle, you are not operating a bus, if you are operating your own little car, your own small vehicle, you are now required every year to go for inspection. Inspection. And Madam Speaker, I asked, and we asked the Senate, we asked, Jameni, how do you want us to do this? We don't have enough inspection centers in this country. And then you want us this to be effective 1st of July, Madam Speaker. Just a few days from today. It is not right. The Senate must not agree to pass. So, I am urging, and I have so much to say, and I'm feeling very bad that NTSA has taken the law-making power that we gave them to just create regulations that are going to be so bad to all Kenyans. Madam Speaker, can you imagine, even without going outside Nairobi, now Nairobi, all of you who have vehicles are supposed to go and queue at centers which are not sufficient right now, pay some money to NTSA, pay some money to people they will appoint, and you have your vehicle inspected. How long will that take? And if you don't have that sticker from NTSA, they are going to arrest you, arrest your daughter, arrest your wife, whatever people, your mother, your father, whoever has a car. when they are coming from work and demand that they have that stick. Madam Speaker, we cannot allow this. We must not allow this. Senate must put down its feet, protect the people of Kenya by annulling these regulations. And NTSA must be told, you are not the Senate of this republic. You don't have power to make laws. You are not the National Assembly. You are not a county assembly. You cannot make regulations that are so oppressive. And when we tell you withdraw, give it transition, you don't want. No. So I'm urging colleagues that this is one thing that we have to all unite and pass. We defeat these regulations. They must bring reasonable regulations. I have a lot to say, but I want to stop there because of time. Madam Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Who is seconding?
I am asking the Honorable Manzo, who is a member of our committee, to also second, because he sat there in those meetings and he knows what we did there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Senator Manzo, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I want to say that these regulations, first and foremost, did not comply with the law. What NTSA, which has delegated power from Parliament, is asking us to give it further delegated power so that it will have a power to appoint inspectors who are not government agents. And therefore, we also asked them if they could then withdraw and republish the regulations so that they could comply and give them a timeline, Madam Speaker. They were not willing. Well, eventually they said they are willing to withdraw, but we have not seen any sign. They are just hoping 1st of July will come, a fluctuation of time will happen, and these regulations will become law. So what we are saying, because they have not followed the law, they have not done proper public participation. All they did was to go into a capture meeting, talk to primary school teachers in Mombasa. Most of them don't have school buses. Most of them don't have cars. And probably did not, they were on their agenda. They didn't understand what exactly NTSA was up to. Therefore, public participation also failed. And before us, Madam Speaker, we are saying these 3 regulations. There were no regulations before the Senate, and therefore must be annulled. Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Honourable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate adopts the report of the Select Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of 1, the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 11 of 2026, 2, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 13 of 2026, and 3, the National Transport and Safety Authority, into bracket, operation of commercial vehicles, close brackets, regulation 2026, legal notice number 14 of 2026, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 10th June 2026, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the Senate resolves to annul the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 11 of 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, Legal Notice Number 13 of 2026, and the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026, Legal Notice Number 14 of 2026. Honourable Senators, this motion is now open to other senators to make their contributions, and I want to call upon Senator Ole Kina.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, there's a time that I've been very proud of this Senate, and particularly the Delegated Legislation Committee is now, because we are dealing with urgent matters. You know, in this country, Madam Speaker, we have a business of cut and paste. We copy and paste. You know, we go on benchmarking visit, we travel all around the world. We see what other Department of Motor Vehicles are doing in America, where I live also. There is a Department of Motor Vehicles, DMV, and there are licensed inspection centers, which has been licensed by the Department of Motor Vehicles to be able to put annual stickers. But, Madam Speaker, that is a culture which is entrenched in the society in America. When you buy a car, you know that on an annual basis, you will have to take that car for inspections. In fact, when a traffic officer stops you in America, they'll ask you for 2 items. One, your driver's license and your registration document, which you are required to have both in your car at all times. So, Madam Speaker, if we now decide that we want to leapfrog, but we are leapfrogging and leaving the community behind and forcing them to be able to leapfrog, whether they understand or not, are we now then going to say we are a developed nation, Madam Speaker? These 3 legal notices, I see them as recipe for chaos. Recipe for chaos in our schools. And I was just listening to my brother, Mungatana, whom I really appreciate for taking the time to explain to Kenyans what the Senate is doing. You know, a lot of time, Madam Speaker, people don't know what the work of the Senate does. Now, let me demystify it further to you. Parliament, which is made up of the National Assembly and the Senate, comes up with laws. And they have the power of the purse. The executive has the power of the sword. And the judiciary has the power of mercy. But Parliament, through its own wisdom, decided that we will delegate some of our powers to the executive so that they can come up with regulations on how to implement our legislations, the laws that we pass. And when we pass these laws, Madam Speaker, we go through a very vigorous process, you know, where it is a proposal. After the proposal, it is pre-publication scrutiny to see whether the piece of legislation that you're proposing is constitutionally sound. After that, it goes into publication. Then it is read the first time on the floor of this House. After being read the first time on the floor of this House, it is now notified to the public that there will be public participation. And public participation, although some people who do not believe in democracy really detest it because it slows down everything, it is very, very important. So this Senate took the time, the National Assembly took the time, went out, carried out public participation, developed legislation to be able to govern our traffic sector. When they did that, they listened. Even the person who did not understand the importance of that law was educated. A lot of resources were put in use to make sure that people know. School kids, they know you will get to your bus. Matiang'i came, he changed the colors of all school buses to be yellow. Copied that from America. Once he copied from America, then he comes in here. Now, our roads in America or roads in Kenya are different. The roads in America, you know very well that when a school bus is coming and the school bus stops, there's got a piece of metal that comes out with a stop sign. Vehicles from both sides have got to stop, that side and that side. Now, Kenyans do not know that. But someone very clever sitting at the NTSA decide that I am going to cut and paste. I'm going to take everything that the Americans are doing and copying it and developing a very beautiful legal notice that will do the following. It will create jobs because then it will now require inspection centers to be put across the country where everyone, including you, Madam Speaker, will be required to take your car there for inspection. You get an annual sticker. Now we go to the schools. The schools will be required to take all their buses to their garages, or those who will go to Juakali to go in and fabricate certain pieces of metals and put on them so that they confine to the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026 Legal Notice number 11 of 2026. And then, Madam Speaker, this is within 2 weeks. Come on. Why are we being utopian? Why don't we take our time like the time we take in Parliament to be able to pass a legislation? Earlier today we are discussing the Community Health Bill, which was first read in the National Assembly in 2022, brought here in 2024 November. And then now we are in 2026 June, we are just doing the second reading. Madam Speaker, there is a reason why time is important. Kenyans are not the same. Those who live in Nairobi are not the same with those people who live outside Nairobi. So, Madam Speaker, because we only have 9 minutes, and I really wish we had so much time. But this is why, Madam Speaker, I was requesting for your extension of time, because this is very key. Because Kenyans out there, let me tell you, police will be stopping every motor vehicle. You know, they'll be carrying this legal notice. Yeah, where is your telematic? And you know, they'll be like, what? What is a telematic? You know, it's a speed governor that keeps your speed. You are required now to install in your vehicles. And then guess what, Madam Speaker? Someone will create a business. And you will have to pay a certain amount of money for it to be approved for you to use that gadget that is approved by NTSA. Madam Speaker, I wish I had more time to demystify the reason as to why Parliament is annulling these regulations to the public. But I want Kenyans to know that the Senate of Kenya is working for you. We do not want regulations that will come and make your life a living hell. We want to be able to make sure that the laws we develop here, and when we delegate certain powers for certain laws to be made by the executive, they are in line with the reality. Let us stop being utopian and live in Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, exercising the powers of the Speaker under Order 34-2A to extend the time of sitting by not more than 15 minutes so that we can conclude this business. Senator Mudigi.
Asante Mpispika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia mjadala unaendelea wa NTSA. Bwana Spika, mambo ingine inafanyika katika departments zingine ni kitu ya uchungu, kwa sababu ni kitu ya kufanya watu wakasirike, Bwana Spika. Kwa sababu mambo ingine tunayaona wakati huu. Tumekuwa tukiona kila wakati NTSA, kuna wakati kulisema mambo ya gadget, kuna wakati walisema mambo ya misipi, lakini mpaka leo hakuna kitu yote inafanya kazi. Spika, tukianza kuongea mambo ya basi ya shule, wakati huu shule zote zinagoma. Wakati principals na walimu wanataka watoto waende tour, na hiyo kitu imepeanwa muda kidogo, ni kitu ambaye itaipisha sisi na kutakuwa na mgomo. Spika, barabara zetu ni mbaya. Magari yetu tumenunua imeharibika kwa hii barabara. Kwa hiyo Spika, kuna mambo mengi before alete hii mjadala, barabara itengenezwe, vitu ile naweko kwa gari iwe mzuri. Mambo mengi inatakiwa itengenezwe Spika, kwa sababu kila mwaka tufanye kazi kama hiyo, hakuna station zile zinaweza kuwa magari itapelekwa. Unaangalia Kenya iko na magari nyingi sana. Wakati umesikia imepeana siku kidogo, itakuwa ni aibu. Na kwa sababu itakuwa imepitishwa, italeta aibu, na aibu itaingia, utakuta hata ni mambo ingine itafanya watu wakasirike na watu waseme serikali mbaya. Spika, mambo ingine yatengenezwa na wale wengine na NTSA ni mbaya. Saa hii hakuna gari hata moja iko na msipi. Tunajua Mr. Speaker, wakati mambo ya msipi na mambo ya gadget ilikuja, ililete shinda, ikawa imekuwa ni business. Hiyo ndio kuwa Mr. Speaker, ile vitu yasemekana yekwe kwa hiyo magari. Saa hii mataberi na watu wengine wameweka kwa store, ndio sasa wakifunguliwa waanze kuuza namba hii ile ya juu. Economy ndio hiyo, kuna shinda hapa, hakuna biashara, hakuna pesa. Na saa hii tunasema hata wafanyikazi waongezewe pesa. Na sasa unasikia wanasema NTSA mambo ya gadget. Hiyo ni kitu Mr. Speaker, nikiwa Central County na pinga, na ninajua mambo ingine hata kama inapitishwa mpaka ifanywe public participation. Kwa hiyo hii ni kitu ambayo iko na laana. Ni kitu iko na haina respect hata kidogo. Ni kitu itaipisa. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, mimi naunga mkono hii kitu itemwe na isirudishwe mpaka ifanywe public participation. Pia barabara zetu sote siwe sawa kama sainji ya ngambo. Ingekuwa kama barabara kama ya UK, ya Amerika, ya Korea, kuna zile zingine, tungejua mambo itakuwa mzuri. Kwa sababu unanunua gari within miezi 3 hiyo gari inaharibika. Tax ndio hiyo, mafuta ndio hiyo. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, nikiwa Central Embu County na pinga. Asante Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Modigi. Embu County, Senator Morango.
Asante sana Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, kwanza mimi napinga kwa dhati. Jambo la kwanza, wakati wanatuambia kwamba wataweza kutengeneza vituo mbadala za kuweza kukagua magari, tunajua wazi kuna wale ambao wanataka kujitafutia kazi kibinafsi wa wenyewe. Hiyo ni jambo la kwanza. Na kwa sababu serikali yenyewe ina uwezo na hakuna kitu imezuia serikali kujenga zile vituo, hebu serikali ijenge vituo. Mr. Speaker, jana pia mimi nimelipia kufanyiwa ukaguzi gari ambayo na sikupata matatizo yote kufanyiwa hivyo. Lakini hatuwezi tena tukaanza kuleta sheria zingine ambazo zinafanya maisha ya mwananchi iwe ngumu zaidi. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, ukiangalia sana vitu ambazo wanaleta wakisema ni vitu za kisasa, ukikumbuka kuna wakati tuliletewa vidhibiti mwendo. Saa hizi hata gari zingine hazina na bado ziko barabarani. Kwa hivyo si kusema kwamba sheria ambayo inaletwa siku ya leo ndio imesababisha kwamba kuwe na utovu wa usalama barabarani, wala ni utekelezaji wa wale ambao wamepewa majukumu waweze kutekeleza na kuhakikisha kwamba njia zetu si salama. Mr. Speaker, na niruhusiwe pia niseme hiki kwa sababu ni vizuri. Mr. Speaker, ripoti kama hizi zinapokuja mbele yetu ndio zinafanya kama mimi nirudi niweza kuchangia. Ningeomba pia kama ni sheria ile kamati inahusika iweze kuleta ripoti zote hata zile wamekubaliana. Mr. Speaker, kwa nini nasema hivyo? Juzi mimi nimetoka eneo linakuza majani chai. Wakati napata kuna makubaliano katika kanuni ambazo zimepitishwa katika kamati ile, mimi sijahusishwa kamwe. Nakuja tu kupigana na madhara ya anda ambayo imeongezwa ya 0.8. Juzi tulikuwa mahakamani kwa sababu ya ongezeko la maji. Kwa hivyo ningetaka niseme wanaohusika, ndio maana wananchi wanaenda uchaguzi. Sheria zozote na kanuni zikija, tupewe nafasi sisi wote, sana sana wahusika, kwa sababu hakuna wahusika wakuu na wahusika wa kumbandikwa katika kupitisha sheria sana sana ambazo zinahusu wananchi ambao tunawakilisha. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable senators. There are no more senators willing to contribute to this motion, so I'll call the mover of this motion, Senator Danson Mungatana, Tana River County, to reply.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Manzo for contribution. I want to thank the Honorable Olekina. I want to thank the Honorable Mundigi. I want to thank the Honorable Morango for their great contribution. Madam Speaker, the Senate must stand for the people of Kenya. There is no way we are going to allow these regulations to come in effect 1st of July 2026. It's going to bring chaos to this country, and we must stand very firm. We must vote. We must vote to annul those 3 regulations. Madam Speaker, I beg to reply, and pursuant to Standing Order number 66.3, I request that the voting of this motion be deferred to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I now direct that the putting of the question will be deferred to the next sitting of Senate, especially with respect to the motion that was under discussion. Clerk, can you call the next order? We have a few minutes.
Order number 24, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bills number 61 of 2022, second reading.
Speaker, I was waiting for you to call me.
Senator Kathy.
First, to thank you most sincerely, Speaker, for indulging me to be able to move this bill. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bills 2022, National Assembly Bills number 61 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, first I would like to commend my co-sponsor for this bill. The Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill 2022 is a very important bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as technology has come, it has assisted humanity at large in very profound ways. But what is turning out is that parliaments and scientists seem to be working in silos. So whereas technology is advancing and is able to be applied, whether in the field of health, whether in the field of issues like smoking, you will recall my bill on tobacco, whether in the communication, whether in AI, the parliaments are dragging behind in terms of developing the necessary regulations to ensure that even as we gain from these technologies, we also protect against any violations that would be there. Honorable Speaker, the bill is Kenya's first comprehensive legal framework for assisted reproductive technology. It is a bill that seeks to balance access to assisted reproductive technology services, but ensuring that we embed ethical safeguards, protect children, protect surrogates, prohibit commercial exploitation, and establish a big and strong regulatory oversight to enable these protections to be able to be carried out. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to align reproductive rights with constitutional guarantees while addressing medical, social, and moral concerns around surrogacy, gamete donation, and embryo use. Honorable Speaker, I'm sure you have heard or you know of one or two or three people who have been beneficiaries of surrogacy. Recently at the prayer breakfast, I think one of the key speakers spoke to her being a beneficiary of these technologies. And these technologies are good. Honorable Speaker, I believe God gives us the knowledge, God gives us the wisdom, God gives us the science in order for us to be able to benefit from it. And that's how cure for malaria was found. That's how cure for management, ARTs for HIV, for instance, were found. So it is God's providence that he brings a solution to a medical problem that will be there. And Honorable Speaker, infertility is also a medical issue, an important medical issue within our societies, particularly African societies, which value having children. Honorable Speaker, and it affects men as well as women. It's an issue that has caused a lot of depression within among those who are not able to have a child, a couple that is not able to have a child because of some fertility issues, whether fertility by the male partner or the female partner, always have some sadness around them. And Honorable Speaker, just the way we have found a solution to orthopedic issues, just the way we have found solution to malaria, it is also important for us to be able to find solutions for infertility. And we know we have infertility clinics, and we know our experts on fertility matters have actually gone ahead. And now it is possible to actually be able to harvest the eggs and harvest the sperms from two partners and be able to find a third party to actually incubate the embryo and have a child. And Honorable Speaker, this is happening in Kenya. It is happening elsewhere in the world. But elsewhere in the world, the parliaments in those places have put in place laws. They have put in place regulations to ensure that even as those who need this service are assisted, that we are able to operate this in an ethical manner that ensures, one, we will not exploit particularly vulnerable persons who might look at this and commercialize this kind of service. It is put in place to ensure even those who choose to commercialize do not take advantage of very poor, vulnerable people who might find this as an easy way to actually make monies to change their lives. It also ensures that even those who risk their lives sometimes by being surrogate mothers, that they are protected by things like health insurance, adequate health insurance to ensure that they operate well. It is also the space to be able to regulate against the country's own moral standards, whatever you choose, to decide which people should be able to seek surrogacy services in order to get a child. So this bill, I would want to urge colleagues in the Senate to actually take this bill so seriously, look at it, and together to be able to understand that as a country, these services are going on. They are going on unregulated. We have commercial teams, some of them based out of the country, who know they can walk into Kenya, walk into a village where you have vulnerable people, and pick a girl and say, can you actually carry a baby for us for small monies? And the brokers are able to get big monies from those who do these jobs. So this is a bill, Honorable Speaker, that I would urge that members choose to read. I have done very, very good notes that are very simple, that are able to enable us to understand this. It has preliminary provisions with clarity on the interpretations of the different terms that deal with in this industry. It is setting up an assisted reproductive technology committee, which will be established under the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, with clear functions to ensure that, one, we safeguard children's rights. This committee ensures it safeguards children's rights. It ensures that children born under ART also have equal rights to children not born under ART. Honorable Speaker, the other day in Istanbul, I was a panelist on statelessness, and this is one area where if we are not careful, a child born out of surrogacy may very well legally be denied the status of a state. So this particular law helps to ensure we will not make children born out of surrogacy to be stateless. It prohibits certain activities. It bans, for instance, the creation or using of embryos outside permitted conditions. Therefore, it sets conditions under which that should happen. It requires informed consent for use of gametes or embryos. The assisted reproductive technology is only allowed for medical reasons, not for experimentation, not for medication or modification of human race or commercialization purposes. So we are ensuring that those who might become curious enough with malicious intent do not use this science for evil purposes. It prohibits cloning, for instance, mixing human gametes with animal gametes, and use of gametes from children except under strict medical conditions. It limits gamete donation capped at 10 times, surrogacy to be capped at 3 times per woman with a 2-year gap in between the births. It limits cryobanks and they are restricted to donors aged 21 to 35 for men and 23 and 35 for women. In terms of disposal of gametes is allowed after 10 years for research or for research under strict conditions. Honorable Speaker, this bill talks about the rights of parents under surrogacy, the rights of surrogates, the rights of donors and children, and law. It also addresses issues like posthumous reproduction only being valid with written consent and marriage at the time of death. Every person has the right to access ART services by licensed experts. Then the informed consent must actually be mandatory. Honorable Speaker, this law also focuses on access to information. It establishes ART registers and databases. It restricts disclosure of donor recipient identities. It actually provides that minors cannot access certain information. And then it also brings in a regime for licensing to ensure that clinics and cryobanks must be licensed. Honorable Speaker, we actually have clinics that are running these services in Kenya today. We have cryobanks. You may have heard of young people who, some of them we've heard from universities, who feel when they get broke, they are looking for a place where they can go to donate sperms or to donate eggs. This law will help us to be able to bring some ethics in this practice. Honorable Speaker, so ART is expected to protect confidentiality under this law. Children born through ART have equal rights under the Constitution, so it brings their rights to be equal, and surrogacy is actually fully regulated, with surrogate mothers being of a particular age. Surrogacy agreements must be altruistic, where there should be no commercial payment beyond the medical expenses, and it prohibits sex selection and sale of gametes and embryos. Honorable Speaker, you can see out of the things, the issues that I have raised, we are actually doing what Parliament ought to have anticipated. The day the world first talked about surrogacy, The responsibility of the Parliament of Kenya was to think ahead and find out what will this mean for Kenya. And it is the same manner when I was arguing about the vapes. We have had vapes in Kenya being accessed to children for 8 years, unregulated, because we did not anticipate.
Senator Muma, you will have 45 minutes when we next commence debate on this bill. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:45, being the time up to which I extended the sitting of this House pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A. The Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 16th June 2026 at 2:30 p.m.